Come up here along the rail and face the audience, please. She had such a pretty smile. Come on up to the dais. Come on up here with me. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up.
Proclamation, Shirley Chisholm Month. Whereas Shirley Chisholm was a humanitarian, a politician, and an achieved dynamic list of firsts. She was a trendsetter before her time, and whereas Chisholm's legacy focused on the equal rights of women, children, and family, and education, and whereas Chisholm's made history for being the first Black United States Congresswoman and making a bid for the U.S. presidency in 1972. She was an advocate for minority education and employment opportunities during her term in Congress. And whereas Chisholm was bold in taking a diverse approach as a politician, Chisholm stood firm in what she believed in. As a gifted leader, she brought awareness by being a purposeful voice which extended to the Black community. And whereas Chisholm moved to the city of Palm Coast in 1991 and lived here until her passing in 2005. And whereas the Shirley Chisholm Trail along Pine Lakes Parkway, dedicated on November 30th, 2022, and sponsored by the Democratic Women's Club of Flagler County, serves as a tribute to her trailblazing spirit, advocacy for equality, and profound impact on the community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that November 2025 be officially designated as Shirley Chisholm Month, to remember Shirley Chisholm and reflect upon her accomplishments in life and contributions to our nation, and remember her as a catalyst for change in America. Signed this 18th day of November 2025, attests Kaylee Cook, City Clerk, and City of Palm Coast, Florida Mayor Michael Norris.
And who's going to accept the proclamation?
Switched it up.
We'll get a couple of pictures, and then you'll be allowed to speak.
Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for letting us come here this morning. This is an awesome opportunity. I am the president of the Democratic Women, and we run and we put together the Shirley Chisholm event every year. This year, on October 26th, we had a walk to recognize and to publicize the Shirley Chisholm Trail. On behalf of all of us, we thank you for allowing us to do that. You know, Shirley Chisholm realized it was her time to rest, and she came to Palm Coast to retire. She put on her shoes, and she began to walk and ride all over Palm Coast, using her shoe leather. There was much to do in a growing city, and she knew she had the experience and knowledge, and she shared it. Many say that Shirley Chisholm looked around for a seat to be offered to her. But I say, and we say, she put on her shoes and she used her shoe leather. She walked and rode from place to place in Palm Coast, whether in her pumps, her flats, or her tennis shoes. She explored Palm Coast using her shoe leather. And so today, we thank James Houston and Parks and Recreation for helping us put together the trail and all the trail markers. And by the way, the trail markers, the voices that you hear are the residents of Palm Coast. So we thank you for this opportunity, and we're so proud of the city of Palm Coast and Shirley Chisholm. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any comments from the dais? Anyone have anything to say?
Thank you, everybody, for being here, and thank you, Agnes, as always.
Councilman Sullivan?
I have one little anecdotal comment. Right after she died, her house was made available for sale. And my sister, who was coming down to follow me down to Palm Coast, was looking for a house to go to and went to that house. And they went in and said, well, where's the master bedroom? And the person said, Shirley never called it the master's bedroom.
She was certainly a trailblazer, and we're a better country because of her actions and what she did throughout her life. She was a great woman, and you can just look at her smile on the shirt. It's just a beautiful smile. So thank you, ladies, so much. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to item 2, presentation, Flagler County FY 26 to 35 Transition Development Plan, the TDP update.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If you'd like to come to the podium and the presentation will get started for you. Councilmember Sullivan, you had requested an update on the Flagler County Transportation Program. So we reached out to our county partners, and they are here to present that plan to you today.
Okay, well, is this the plan that you briefed the other day at the Disadvantaged Committee, or is this one specifically about the Flagler County program?
This is specifically about Flagler County, sir.
Okay, good. Great.
So good morning, Trevor Martin, Flagler County Transit Manager. Flagler County Transportation is undergoing our 10-year update to the TDP, the Transit Development Plan, which is an opportunity to reach out for community input and stakeholder input on where we all see Flagler County transit services growing in our community. So we've recruited the assistance of experts at the Center for Urban Transportation Research to assist us with that. So with that, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Jonathan Roberson, Senior Planner, Center for Urban Transportation Research.
Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your time today. As Trevor mentioned, Flagler County is the transportation provider for the entire county area. And we'll talk a little bit today about how they're required to do a 10-year transit plan every 5 years, and go over what is a TDP real quick, what kind of services do they offer now, what this project will be about, and how we're looking for your input. What does your community need now or possibly in the future for public transportation needs? What is a transit development plan? It's for the designated transit provider in a given area. In this case, it's Flagler County, to do every 5 years. It looks at all the transportation and mobility needs that may be needed now and in the next 10 years for Flagler County. It's a requirement by the state DOT, and it allows the county to get operating grant funding for services that are out on the street now. But most of all, it's just a strategic plan for the community, not just the county, but every municipality in the county, and a strategic plan looking at needs that may exist now or that may be evolving over the next 10 years. And it develops a priority list of projects, a financial plan, and most of all, we hope you help us develop the plan that you think works best for your community. There's 5 required TDP components. I won't go through all of these, but there's an extensive public outreach process, which we're starting here today. We work with the municipalities and the Metropolitan Planning Organization, who can help coordinate plans and programs with us. We take a look at existing and projected conditions for not just Palm Coast, but the entire county. You continue to be a growing area. There's no doubt about that. We take a look at where the growth is happening and where public transportation might be needed the most, and kind of wrap it up in a 10-year prioritized plan that some of which we hope could be funded, some of which would be take additional funding. Previous TDPs, Flagler County did a major one about in 2022, and there's a recent update from earlier this year on their webpage. Other plans that support this transit development plan are the Transportation Disadvantaged Service Plan, which was updated in May, the Volusia Flagler TPO or MPO's Long Range 2050 plan. But never forget, the local comprehensive plans are a big part of a transportation plan, and I've noticed how active the Palm Coast Comprehensive Plan update is, and I've already seen a lot of interesting support for public transportation in that, as well as other comprehensive plans. So you may or may not know about Flagler County Public Transportation. We hope you know more after this, but it basically is the current public transportation provider for the county. It provides pre-scheduled demand response service for operating door-to-door for those who qualify. Typically folks that qualify in ADA or transportation disadvantaged service. The service focuses on the disabled, elderly, low income, or those with limited mobility options. FCPT has a 27 vehicle fleet that operates out of the government building. But currently, there's no other type of service offered by FCPT for the general public, and that's something that'll be looked at in this plan. And some of you do sit on the local coordinating board that kind of steers Flagler County's current services. I won't go into all of this, but this details their role as the community transportation coordinator as well. This gives a little background on their current type of trips. A lot of folks use it for medical trips, employment, education, training, or daycare, nutritional or other life-sustaining medical types of trips. Real quick, that's a couple-year-old map of where the most trip activity is happening. Palm Coast, of course, has plenty of activity. So ridership on the current system is rebounding back toward the pre-pandemic levels. It's at about 90,000 trips a year, and slowly growing back to that previous amount before 2020. So that's what this plan will look at. What are the existing and projected conditions in the county? Where's the population now? Where is it expected to grow? Where are the folks that are typically more transit-dependent populations, such as under 18, over 65, zero-car households in the poverty rate? Where are those now or expected to grow? Where are the current jobs located and future jobs expected to be? What are the land use patterns and developments? Are you approving any major developments that really change the fabric of your roadways and schools? And where are folks living? Are you also approving a lot of residential development? These are all the things we'll take a look at in the plan to see if there's some kind of public transportation need that might emanate from that. And best of all, I mean, will people ride a new transit system? That's something we'll try to spell out in this plan and seek your voice on. I won't go into all these next 5 slides. They're demographic slides, but the 2025 estimate for Flagler County from the University of Florida was 140,000. That's almost a 47% increase since 2010. So we do a lot of these plans for county governments across the and governments across the state, and rarely is this slide a declining slide. So you're like a lot of other counties in Florida. You're growing. And you're growing in areas like here, Palm Coast, Bunnell, and unincorporated. The state also is projecting a population of over 200,000 by 2050. That's a little outside of the time frame of this plan, but you can get the idea. Your over 65 populations are growing and clustered in areas around in and around Palm Coast. Your folks below the poverty rate are spread, the map to the right, and different areas of the county as well, spreading out that issue, as well as the under 18 populations. And this is from the TPO, the Transportation Planning Organization. All of your employment sectors are expected to grow. They estimate by 2050 your employment in Flagler County for commercial and industrial will double by 2050. But the dominant areas of employment like tourism, retail, healthcare, education, and administration will also just continue to grow. So as you grow, jobs and people, what mobility options could be available for folks, for this labor force, among other needs? Previous TDPs that Flagler County completed in the last few years did find that there was an appetite for some additional public transportation service, something that operated a little more their current services later in the evening, more on the weekends, more trips. The addition potentially of a fixed bus route on the Moody Corridor and Belterre and the corridor up here, connecting Palm Coast, Bunnell, and so on. But there was also some interest on some on-demand service where people could call and get a trip to anywhere, particularly around in the Palm Coast area, as some parts of Palm Coast are spread out a bit residentially, and some appetite for bus stops and a transfer center. So we have heard from the public before about maybe adding some new service to the county and particularly Palm Coast. There's, like I mentioned earlier, there are existing plans that support public transportation playing a bigger role in the future growth. This, like the MPO 2050, the Transportation Disadvantage Service Plan, the county comp plan, and the Palm Coast comp plan materials that I've looked at so far have some pretty extensive support for public transportation growth. So we want to look at these and make sure we're talking to you and see where that fits for Palm Coast and its residents. And this is a real quick checklist. What's unique about your geography? Well, you're small and urban. You're small, urban, rural, but you've got some important regional connections to St. John's, to Volusia County, a lot of commuting to those counties. You have some key trip generators, Bunnell, Moody Corridor, Palm Coast overall, some of the coastal corridors. You also have large non-urbanized areas that have some need, like we see in many other counties in Florida. And on the real quick checklist, I think I kind of covered this already. Is your population growing? Yes. Is your under 18 and over 65 populations growing? Yes. Job growth on the rise? Yes. New jobs being located in areas of the county without any public transportation? Yes. And is your transit-dependent population growing steadily? Yes. So this is kind of just a reference for you after this presentation, as well as just some of the key points I wanted to get in front of you. Typically in an area like Flagler County and Palm Coast that have these kind of demographics and land use, you see that there is some potential for some kind of local bus to operate, maybe every 30 or 60 minutes, some circulators, some additional ADA TD service, and most of all, in a lot of communities we've seen in Florida, some kind of flexible mobility on demand service where people can, you're not stuck on one route that just goes on one corridor, but it serves multiple things in an area. Quite popular across the country. And this chart, I won't go into it, but this kind of outlines the typical public transportation modes you might see in a county the size of Flagler County, and where maybe how these types of potential transit services interact with private services like Uber or Lyft or taxis or something. And you know, so far in my preliminary look at the county, there is some interest in these corridors having some kind of service, and some areas having some kind of MOD service. So these are a reference for you. Bay County, the phone picture you see in the middle above, they had an area where there was a lot of jobs out on the beach at hotels and other things, but nobody could afford that worked out there, couldn't afford to live out there. So they had a shuttle service people could use on their phone and pay a little fare, and 12 or 15 of them will get to their jobs out in the hotel, and then the van will go pick up other people and do other trips, get those workers later for Panama City area, the right tool for the right job. So these are the kind of things we'd be talking about, looking at a little more, and be curious about your thoughts on those. This project is slated to go through April of 2026. It's, of course, it's already November, but completing these 7 tasks. We hope to come before you again with some things we've heard from the public and some ideas you might have. In the next few months, we're doing more public presentations, including to the County Commission, to the TPO organization today and tomorrow, and of course you. Important of all, there's now an online survey that you and your constituents can complete that asks all of these questions in more detail, and I'll show you that in a minute. We also are doing interviews with key stakeholders. If any of you would like to be interviewed and talk more about what you think Palm Coast needs, please let me know. My contact information is here. Looking at existing services and trying to come up with some alternatives that might make sense for the community and what we're heard from the community, which would be discussed in some public workshops in February. These are the 5 questions we really would like to hear from you. These 5 questions are wrapped up in an online survey that will be available through December 5th. And, you know, what aspects of the existing service, for example, are working best in the community that you've seen? I know there's some folks that get trips from the FCPT services in Palm Coast, so we're interested in that. What are the top challenges you see for transportation, public transportation, to be successful here? It's not easy to implement new services, and there are challenges. What are maybe some of the top 3 public transportation improvements you'd like to see implemented? What could the county do better, in your opinion? And are there any community meetings or events that are special, close to you, that you think we might try to attend to get more input on this topic? So the Phase 1 online survey, if you do this QR code now or the link, will allow you to anonymously give your opinions on these questions in more detail. I will add that we've put this survey out on social media ads, Facebook, Instagram, I believe YouTube, and the county has helped pulse that out for us on their social media outlets. And once they did that, we've got a bunch of returns and surveys. What we found in every community we've done this online survey is people really respond, including people who don't ride public transportation. And what we've often found is there was support for something to be some additional public transportation. But what I like about the online survey is it will definitely give us the view of the people who are riding the service and those who are not. And we're able to tell from both groups, what do you think? Is anything needed? And so on. So that was really it. I know this took a little long, but I'm going to leave with the city some cards that you could hand out that advertise this survey. And I'll leave it with clerk. But Trevor's contact information and mine is on the last slide. But any thoughts or questions? I really appreciate your time, and I hope I didn't take too long.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. For Trevor, how many vehicles does the county have in its fleet right now for those small shuttle services?
Currently, sir, 27. We operate about 22 on the road daily.
I just want to know that. We can get out the survey, and has the county put in any serious thought on fixed bus routes as far as in the future?
We've done a number of surveys over the years, since about 2017, I believe. We're undergoing trying to receive 5307, Section 5307 federal funding. Once that is awarded, I believe that would open the door for fixed route service.
I think that's probably the best course of action for the county, I think, as far as creating loops, continuous loops and a transition point. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. And I've been involved with the Disadvantaged Travel Committee for a long time on the county and now here. And we are getting to the point. We're heading back towards now with the current system, 100,000 per year, which is not small. It's a pretty good sized system. And just for everybody in Palm Coast, right now the county operates this. The city has no money in the program right now. However, for the last couple of years, I've been trying to get the city more involved with this because the majority of those trips are done by people who live in Palm Coast. And for Ty, the TPO is becoming, is also involved in this whole process and anything coming on into the future. So the door-to-door service in Palm Coast makes sense because of the way it's laid out. But right now, it's only for people who qualify in the disadvantaged travel program. And it is heavily utilized. So I think it's important, that's why I wanted to get this briefing here, that the city, I think, become more involved in time, because that's where the majority of the people are using the system. And if we were going to go to some kind of more advanced system, some kind of metro system, it's going to be in the city, basically. So that's why whoever is going to be the disadvantaged travel committee member from our staff here, from the city council members, I think should coordinate closely with Ty and the TPO and the Northeast Florida Regional Council. By the way, the Northeast Florida Regional Council provides the coordinator for the meetings we have here in the county. So my thought on this and wanting to get this briefing was just make people aware of what's going on. And I think the city has to be, it's in our comprehensive plan, has to be more involved. And so therefore, whoever is, right now I'm doing it, but I'm here a short time. And so I just think it's important. So I think it's very important. I think there are steps to be seen, maybe some kind of a same-day on-demand service, things like that are possible. But I think the future, we see the future, and we're going to have to come up with some kind of additional public transportation.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was just wondering, and to Councilman Sullivan's point, in terms of who's involved, in terms of your operating budget, could you give a high level, where does that money come from? I assume some comes from FDOT.
So we're about 75% comes from pass-through FDOT funds, 5310, federal 5311 for rural service. And there is about a quarter of our operating budget comes from Flagler County General Fund.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and so what I saw, at least I believe it was the Vision Zero workshops that TPO had done here in the county. Their vision for the future, right, from a state perspective, is still on demand. It's for us, at least, based on their data. So I'm assuming, based on that, that they don't seem to have an appetite to try to provide funds for fixed route, which kind of leads me to you talking about federal funds specifically for the fixed route services. So is there anything I can do at the TPO to try to make this work easier for you? Is there any needs that we have?
It's a great question, and what we suggest is keep these options on the table of fixed route, deviated fixed route, something that wanders around because you know that job or that neighborhood's back off the main corridor, microtransit, mobility on demand. I think the TPO is not necessarily against fixed route in that context of having a system of options that's the right tools for the job, the right tools for the geography. And so I'm presenting to the TPO tomorrow. So anything you can add would be great.
I'll see you there.
This is the national perspective of, I think with Vision Zero and Complete Streets types of projects, you don't necessarily, in my opinion, want to choke out transit options, but you can design safer streets that include fixed route bus.
No, I agree. I was surprised that in their kind of vision for the future, it was all on demand, especially given Volusia's heavy reliance on fixed route and things of that nature, and kind of the dichotomy of funding, right, that we receive versus Volusia in terms of the TPO and these transportation options. So, you know, I'll continue to advocate for it and try to get more money, you know, out of the TPO for us.
Thank you, sir. And what we found in other communities is often TPOs will fund particularly capital projects. I've seen TPOs fund new buses, sidewalks that support transit and bus stops, transit bus shelters, and so that money, you can actually flex roadway money to transit in the TPO process. So they seem quite supportive of that, and it's actually in their long-range plan to perhaps do that. So this plan would really help. The findings from this TDP process would really inform them, and I think get them in a good direction. So we'll be before you at the TPO probably 3 times as well. So there's a lot of opportunity to see what other communities have done, what this community is saying. And so it's good. We expect a good partnership with them as well.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Just really quickly, thank you for the presentation. It seems the city has been pretty hands-off with regards to this system and what the county is doing for reasons because the county is taking care of it. But I would like to maybe see how we can collaborate a little more, even if it's just provision of data, particularly if we are 75% of the county. Obviously, we need to be working with the county to make sure our residents are getting the services they need. I would also ask, I know we're launching our Palm Coast app in December, and then we're going to continue to roll out improvements to that app. Maybe there's a way to add in the ability for residents to work with this system on the app. I don't know if that's something that we can look into just so that residents have the ability, if we do get more of an on-demand system that's better for the residents, maybe incorporating that somehow. And then the last thing, I didn't even know this survey was out there right now. And so I would imagine a lot of our residents didn't either. And I find that when we are trying to gather data, when we're trying to get the most robust responses possible, we want it to have the best visibility as possible. So if it's us that dropped the ball, if it wasn't us working with the county, or maybe the county not giving us a heads up, whatever it is, those are the types of things that we need to improve so that we're making sure we're reaching as many residents and getting as many responses as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We have pre-made social media ads and information that can just be directly launched from the cities, the way the city would like to do that. Our idea was to come to you today first and see if there was interest in that. 15 years ago, you couldn't necessarily just do an online survey, and some people may not have phones, but what we have found is every age group, every demographic responds to these types of surveys, and especially when they're launched on a municipality's social media platforms. So if we could ask to just get that launched, there's already ads ready, and there'll be reminder ads, and so I think you would see your people see this a lot.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to
Yes, sir.
follow up on that. And I've been trying, you know, since I was on the county and now here, to get more involvement from the city. It's been hard because it's the funding. The funding is all at the county, and so it's hard to get, interest. I think it's more a communications problem. We're still underutilizing the system we have now, even though it's 100,000 a year. It can do more, and so a lot of that is communication, getting the people to actually use the system.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anything, Councilman Gambaro?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gentlemen, thank you for the brief, and look forward to taking a survey, and I support our communications team, collaborating with you guys to get maximum participation and feedback. Thank you.
Ms. Kershaw, you on top of that? You got it? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for the presentation.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you for.
Just one more thing. Vice Mayor kind of sparked it. In terms of scheduling, I don't think I looked back through it, and I don't think we touched on it. How does a resident schedule a trip?
Currently, it's an application process, so you contact the county through our phone number 386-313-4100, or you can apply online at flaglercounty.gov. It's usually a 2 or 3 day turnaround period. And we reach out to the resident, and at that point, we explain to them the system. They can call and schedule an appointment. It's usually for next day. Right now, due to service constraints, many times it's a week or 2 weeks out, unfortunately. But
Okay,
the
so-
sooner they can call and get a application in and call in for a schedule, the better.
So they have to qualify, be approved, and then after that, they manually call in. Do you have any plans in the future to allow for like an online registration or online scheduling?
Yes, actually, we've partnered with our routing software. So hopefully 6 months, maybe to a year in the future, we're going to have that option as well. And
Okay.
where residents can schedule their own trips online.
Okay, great. Yeah, so to the Vice Mayor's point, is if we can kind of try to coordinate that, you guys let us know, how that's working, maybe with future technology in mind, build out an API to where we can add it into our app so that we can schedule through our app as well for you. That might be helpful.
Thank you.
Just piggyback on that really quickly, because the biggest complaint that I hear is that it does take 2 weeks. If I have, my mother has to go to the grocery store and she calls for this service and can't drive, she has to wait 2 weeks. Well, by that time, grocery store trip is, no longer needed, or there needs to be another way to get to the store now, right? So whatever ways we can improve that process, and then, it sounds like the technology will be rolling out. So let's just make sure you all stay in touch with us and collaborate to Councilman Miller's point.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I hadn't followed up with my neighbor, but they're new arrivals in the city, and Chloe takes that shuttle, and it's like clockwork. So she got in, she got scheduled, so whenever she needs a trip, it's no issue. Once you get used to it,
It's that getting into it, and that's communication.
and they did it fairly quickly, and I just got her in touch with the right people. So thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation.
Thank you for your time. Really.
Look for follow-up, too.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to public participation. Please refrain from any item that is currently on the agenda, any derogatory comments, and foul language if you can help it. So with that being said, we'll allot 30 minutes for public participation. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Chantel.
Good morning, Chantal Prelinger. I want to comment on the public transportation, since there was no time for that. I'm very happy that there is a possibility for those who have either low income or age 60 plus or a disability for them to be transported. But in the same time, it discriminates against the rest of the population because there's no solution for them. There are some people who will never drive. There are some people whose car is in a shop and they still need a solution to go to work. So I think we need a public transportation system that works for all. And I would see that more managed by a private company than the city or the county. I think private companies thrive in making businesses work. And that would be just one more thing for the county or the city. I think I would see it like that. And I want to see that what we have now preserved, but I want to see more for the rest of the population. And also, at some point, I brought the issue here, and I was told that the city was not built a way that would accommodate the buses. But I look at this children waiting for the school bus, and the school bus goes inside the community. And if a school bus can go, why not a public transportation bus? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Kathy.
Kathy Ostrino. If you don't mind, I'm so livid, I have to just read to control myself here. In my capacity as a community association manager, I have an HOA member whose home was struck by lightning. I'm working with the HOA and the city to see if we can assist them with temporary housing accommodations and still be acceptable to the HOA and the city without adding undue burden on the homeowner. In this process, I received a phone call from Barbara Grossman, very upset, because someone had Teresa Pontieri get involved and wanted me to let my board know that Barbara is very clear that she does not override HOAs. I emailed my board letting them know that Teresa went to Barbara, and as an attorney, this was inappropriate, as the board did not agree to this. If she went as a city council member, this was inappropriate, as the council has the city manager to go to and the city attorney to go to, and are not to interfere with employees. This is the very topic that was used to try to oust a duly elected mayor. Teresa then sent an email from her city email address to the board of the HOA, myself, city manager, city attorney. She's now made my private citizens' emails public record, the board. She's inserted herself into private HOA board business. She's inserted herself into my private business. Intimidation comes in many forms. I will not be intimidated. Our employees should not be intimidated. Let the process play out, and we can either help these folks or we can't. But we will certainly do all we can to try. Interfering while risking placing undue burden upon these folks is dangerous and frankly inhumane. And lastly, Ms. Johnston, I would like from Teresa's email with the city, I want to find out how my email ended up in her email, and I want it unredacted. I want every bit of that thread very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Jeannie.
Good morning, Jeannie Duarte. We need to build Palm Coast classy, not trashy. Palm Coast is vastly becoming a health hazard hub. We have 5G cell towers popping up everywhere, touch and go airport that's causing the community a lot of stress, a data center, congested roadways, flooding, manholes contaminating our neighborhoods, irrigating our farmland with reclaimed water, and now toilet to tap for portable water in homes. After getting incomplete information from the city, you referred me to Pete Rossell. See, it took me over a month, and he admitted that the list of dangerous and forever chemicals are separate reports. It took me over 2 months to get fabricated reports that are collaborated tightly, and they're unlegible. This is 20 years of reports all fabricated together, squeezed on here, barely readable. It took me almost 2 months to get this information, and on top of that, he is referring me back to you for further information. These are not the actual reports that I requested, and I want the real reports, not this collaborated, fabricated crap. Anyways, also too, the district council representatives need to represent their districts too before going at large. At least 5% of the revenue generated in each district needs to stay in the districts. We need to slow the residential builds and focus on our stop and go revenue that passes by us daily. We need to utilize the Interstate 95, our beaches, and railways with luxury commute and luxury services for our city, which can be collaborated with the transportation that we just heard. Once again, we need to build Palm Coast classy, not trashy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Hey, sir, can you pull that mic up closer?
Pull it up closer, speak louder.
Sorry, I thought I had a big mouth as it was. Anyway, I'm a licensed aircraft mechanic, retired from Newark, New Jersey. I live in the Z section, Palm Coast, and I've been here for 5 years now. And the schools, the aviation schools with the touch and goes, I understand they're in business to make money and train pilots, but there are things, I am from the aviation background, that can be done to alleviate some of the noise that sometimes there's zero separation between aircraft. I'm talking 5 seconds. Decibel levels approaching 80 dB. Heading select could be done. The aircraft themselves could be retrofitted with different types of sound suppression systems on it. It can be done. They just choose not to do it. It's not getting any better. And after a while, it's almost like having a mosquito or 10 mosquitoes in your ear at 3 o'clock in the morning. You just can't, you cannot hear it. You could close the door. You could try to turn on the TV. It's there. Any kind of relief that you guys could provide for us by talking to these schools. It's the schools. It's not the airport. We love the airport. You need the airport. It's the schools. It's those 2 schools. And if we could try to do something to alleviate some of the noise from the touch and goes. If anybody has any idea on that, that would be a great help to most of the members of Palm Coast.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, Ms. Paulette.
Good morning. Paulette Hatfield. I'd like to have a few moments to applaud the utility water department and the stormwater people. Lynn and Pete have great people working for them. 2 weeks ago, over the weekend, my swale became very muddy and soggy, as well as my neighbor's that was filled totally with water. And usually our swales drain within 45 minutes. So on Monday morning, I called and created a case on Palm Coast Connect. A gentleman came out that afternoon from Stormwater and said, look at where the water is bubbling up. And it was so soggy in the road area of the swale that we were very nervous about what was going on. But he said, you have a water leak, and it is on the city side. The following day, 6 of the kindest, most professional gentlemen took less than 2 hours to replace a broken service line to the water main line of my neighbors. It was under the street and across the street from me. It was his water line that had busted. They worked as a team and even took the time to explain the process to me because I was fascinated with what they were doing. It was a very deep hole, over 10 feet deep, that they had to dig. And I was impressed with the teamwork and the willingness to do what it took to fix the water leak. That meant that 3 guys in water and mud that was thick clay mud that they had to struggle to stand in to dig out the mud and water out so that they could avoid ruining my sprinkling system pipe that was nearby. They were bailing water and mud out so as to take care of the water main. So kudos to Matt and Sherry and Rich and Sydney and 4 other guys in dump trucks and in the mud. I thank you because my neighbor's water had already started to be reduced because he said that probably the leak had been there for about a month. And you don't know about it until it starts rising and filling up and making your land soggy. But I've been in Palm Coast on my street since 1992, so those are very old water mains. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-up, City Manager?
I'll follow up on the public records request concern in regards to Ms. Ostrino and Ms. Duarte. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything for the council?
Yes, so I'll address Ms. Ostrino even though she left. It was a resident that reached out to me specifically asking whether or not the actions taken by the city could override the governing rules of the association. I then reached out to staff and said, hey, I don't know what's going on, but can we make sure we are not overstepping as a government body? Anybody who listens to me knows I am a believer in small government and want to make sure that we are not infringing on private affairs, particularly with associations that have their own governing rules and documents that we have to respect. I in no way directed staff to do anything, but express my concerns that we as a government should not be overstepping. That's a principle that I will continue to abide by. And yes, I did, the email that Ms. Ostrino forwarded to her board that lied about the actions I took was in fact forwarded to her board because I was standing up for myself. So I will continue to stand up for small government. I will continue to stand up for the truth of what actually occurred. And we don't even have to do the public records request. I can tell you, Ms. Ostrino, the person who forwarded me was your board president, Mr. Michael Labuddy. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else from the council? Councilman Sullivan, Councilman Gabbaro?
Just one comment on the public transportation. You realize that there is private transportation. You can always call an Uber. The difference is the cost to the individual. So on disadvantaged travel right now, that's a very small cost, kind of to ensure that people actually will use the transportation. And so this on-demand service that we could say go to would be less costly than, say, Uber. And that's always the question, is how much of the taxpayers' money should be used towards these programs and so forth, because everything's very expensive when it comes to this kind of thing. So that's always the balance. Transportation's available, just depends on how much you're willing to pay.
Thank you, sir. Anything from you, Councilman Gambaro? Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to move on to item F, minutes from the City Council. We have minutes from November 4th, 2025 business meeting and November 13th, 2025 special workshop meeting. Is there any corrections or any additions or deletions from those records?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? You good, Ms. Cook? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to item G, organizational items, city manager search. I guess we can open it up for discussion, and then we can do, you got slips to vote there, Ms. Cook, or you got slips? Okay.
It's up to the city council right now. Staff is just looking for direction, so I think it would be wise to start with a discussion, or Mr. Sullivan looks like he has something to add.
I just suggested that in doing this, we have two very good candidates, and I find this has to be a public vote, obviously. The public needs to know how we vote. But I thought, rather than going one by one, because in that way, say the third person getting to vote or the fifth person getting to vote might be influenced by the votes that went on before them. At least for the first vote, I thought it might be best to have ballots.
Secret ballot.
Well, not a secret ballot.
Well, just
with our name on it.
Yes.
Our name would be on it.
Yes.
We would vote, give them back to the clerk, then the clerk would read the ballots and tell us what we were on this first vote. Once we get through the first vote, we're going to have a 3-2 at the minimum, hopefully a 5-0, but it depends. But we're at least going to have a 3-2, right? So I think it's really important, that very first vote, that we do it based on what we know right now.
Okay, everyone comfortable with that?
I'm good with that.
You good with that, Vice Mayor? Okay. Councilman Gambaro? Okay, any discussion? Anybody want to speak as far as the candidates? I was impressed with both of the gentlemen.
Agreed.
And I think I was impressed with the last two also. So any discussion? Anyone have anything?
Well, I was just going to kind of say the same thing that you're saying, that in terms of the two candidates, I think last time the interview process made the choice harder for one reason. This time, the interview process made it harder for a different reason, that I believe both to be exceptionally qualified candidates. And I think that, regardless of who we choose, we'll be choosing someone that will be great for Palm Coast moving forward. And so, I just want to, out there, I'm assuming they're probably watching the vote and everything, that thank them for, applying and going through the entire process, as well as just reiterate that, whoever does not get chosen by this board is not because you are not an exceptional candidate. You're whoever that is a great candidate as well.
Anything else, Vice Mayor?
I agree with you, Councilman Miller. I think we're really lucky that we came across two very, I think, genuine hard workers who are qualified to do this job and that will do it well. I hope that we can get to 5-0 on this. I think we need to move forward, voting a great amount of confidence in whomever it is that we choose. But yeah, I think we're very fortunate to have a hard decision for a good reason this time around. So very grateful for the process and for the work that staff did to get us here.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anything else from?
Just, I totally agree with what's been said. I think we were lucky this time in coming up with two excellent ending up, and we had other candidates could have qualified too, but the two we ended up with were excellent, and I agree with what's been said.
Thank you. Anything from you, Councilman Gabriel?
I just, again, wanted to thank our HR department, there you go, for facilitating a great process to bring us these two candidates. And I'm hopeful, for our city and the future of our city, because we've got two great leaders to choose from. And also, just want to thank the council for, we worked well in, this time around and getting to a place where I think we'll make the right choice.
Yeah, I agree that our luck is largely due to HR and their process and the work they put in as well.
Thank you. This job is not as hard as it used to be. There's so many platforms out there for it. If the council will pleasure me, well, no, let's open it up for public comment. If anyone has any comments concerning the candidates, we'll get that feedback and then we'll go to the vote. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Chantel.
Chantal Prelinger. I listened to what Bob had to say on the video and on the public meeting here, and I really think that the first candidate, David, was the best one because he thinks out of the box, and he did not answer like bullet points. The life is not like that. It has shades of gray. He knows how to get the best people working for him or with him, and he's not rigid, but I find he was quite wise in his approach to solving problems, and I perceive him with peacemaking ability, and in this city, it has a lot of value. And I mean, one of the most important things is he knows how to write grants. And we've spent so much money on studies in order to get grants. And if you have it here in the City Hall, I mean, this is a possibility of decreasing the waste of tax money. And also, I saw that he's very approachable, and therefore he could be a very good asset to restore people's trust in the city government. So I hope you would consider that when you take your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, if you could, Ms. Cook, give out the ballots.
From Councilmember Gambaro, we have a vote for Mr. McLaughlin. From Councilmember Sullivan, we have a vote for Mr. Frazier. From Mayor Norris, we have a vote for Mr. McLaughlin. From Vice Mayor Pontieri, we have a vote for Mr. McLaughlin. And from Councilmember Miller, we have a vote for Mr. Frazier.
Okay, 3-2, so Mr. McLaughlin will be our new city manager if he accepts the contract.
What I would recommend is that this council makes a motion to appoint based off those results, and then also on that motion, recommend someone to negotiate the contract with that, if it's Mr. McLaughlin.
Can we get a motion to approve Mr. McLaughlin as the next city manager?
Mr. Mayor.
Motion.
We got a motion, we got a second, and
Sorry,
one-
to expound on Mr. Duffy's recommendation, a motion based on the vote to appoint Mr. McLaughlin as our next city manager and to allow our HR department, specifically Ms. Fuller, along with acting city manager Lauren Johnson, to negotiate the salary and the other terms of the contract.
I was going to ask you to do the contract.
No.
You don't want any part of that?
So I will be involved in the contract as well as the attorney, so.
Okay, yes,
I
sir.
would just, to amend it, to also say that now that we've decided on the person, we should go forward and say, based on the vote, we're now making that vote unanimous.
Well, I think we have to vote, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. So we got a motion, we got a
Second.
second. You got it read the way it needs to read?
I'm going to interject here. The only issue I have with that is that Ms. Johnson then is negotiating a contract with her future superior. And that does make it a little concerned. If you guys are okay with that.
But technically, all of staff, except for you, Mr. Duffy. So looking for direction, would it just be legal counsel? And I don't think that's appropriate either.
No, I'm just
I might
making
be
sure
able to
you're aware of
help.
that.
The last time that we did this, the council appointed another council member to do the negotiations with Ms. Fuller. So one council member was acting on behalf of the council. The contract was brought in front of council, but staff I was left out of it, or the previous acting interim city manager was left out of it. They appointed Mr. Cuff at the last time we did this.
Okay, let's just forego that. I'll work with Ms. Fuller to negotiate the contract.
So I'll make the motion to appoint Mr. McLaughlin, allowing the mayor to work with Ms. Fuller in negotiating the contract, of course, in coordination with Mr. Duffy.
Second.
We got a second.
And to Councilman Sullivan's point about the unanimous decision, I have absolutely no problem with that. I was okay with both candidates, so I will be voting for Mr. McLaughlin when we make that motion.
Okay, so the
Second.
motion's clear. Do we need to open this up for public comment real quick, Mr. Duffy? Okay. Ms. Cook, call to vote. And restate the question, please. We're asking for Mr. McLaughlin to be approved as,
So the motion is that Mr. McLaughlin be appointed as the city manager along with Mayor Norris and HR to negotiate the finalized details of the contract.
okay, we're clear. Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, and we'll be ready for you to hit the ground running when you get here, sir. Okay, we're going to move on.
Thank you, council members, for making this very easy.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. You guys did a great job. Oh, okay, we're going to move on to
Do you
item.
want to do the unanimous?
So that was
It was
Part
unanimous.
of it? Yeah.
Everybody-
Okay, I just want to make sure we got.
Everybody voted for him.
Okay, yep.
Okay, we're moving on to item G, G5, City Council Review of Policies and Procedures. Mr. Duffy included our last listed policies and procedures with no changes, but we need, if anyone wants to make recommended changes to our policies and procedures. Yes, sir.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
I feel that that we should go to this policy, that instead of having 2 scheduled workshops every month, I think we should go to one that would occur in between the 2 regular business meetings at the 9 o'clock in the morning hour, with the option of always being able to add additional workshops as needed. And the reason I say that is that I think for us to continue to operate smoothly, that is sufficient, and that what I think will happen is when we have special issues come up, we can have meetings scheduled for those, and not kind of always have the 4 meetings, because I think sometimes they become redundant and add to the overall workload overall, and I think become counterproductive at some point. So that would be my suggestion, that we go to, the 2 regular business meetings and then 1 regularly scheduled workshop in between, in the week in between the 2 regular meetings, and then add in other meetings. The other item that I've discussed, but I think nobody wants to do it, is there's another way of handling things, like if something comes up at the workshop that we think we need to vote on, theoretically, we're not supposed to make motions at a workshop. But the way around that is always to add a memo to the workshop meeting that says, if something comes up that needs to be voted on right away, you have public notice that if that were to happen, you already have that on the record. You can close the workshop and then have the special meeting where motions could be made. Because sometimes it can be something that needs to get done right away. It did happen since I've been here once, and I think that we should not have gone to motions at a workshop without closing the workshop and then establishing a second meeting that was a legal meeting. And the way you get around the notification is you always have that as a agenda or an item that's included in case additional motions or that kind of thing, decisions have to be made. You can do that legally, or at least in accordance with Robert's rules. So the bottom line is have one workshop a month with the option of having more.
Mr. Mayor?
Let's talk to Mr. Duffy for a second. Would that be legal and according to Robert's rules if we did something like that?
Yeah, it's perfect to answer your question blunt. Yes, that would be legal. There is a statute out there. It's Florida 286.0114, saying that we're talking about public notice. That's where Mr. Sullivan is talking about public notice and providing the public an opportunity to have some type of public comment on that. So there are requirements that they do get that, but there are exemptions that are not required for that. And those exemptions has a list of them, but the main one is like if an official act must be taken to deal with an emergency situation, it's not applied, you're allowed to make that at any meeting because it's an emergency situation. So it's up to the city council if they'd like to do that. You're more than welcome to do it. It's legally sufficient. Not sure if it's necessary, but it's up to you.
Okay. There's one point I was going to make on that.
And sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. So with the public comment, I do agree that with the workshop motion should be made only at business meetings.
Yeah. Oh, well, Mr. Sullivan, regarding
I put two things together.
Yeah, the two workshop things, I think our intent was to have one night, 2 night meetings, 2 day meetings. That way that gave the public more chance to come and participate in our government. That was the reason we initially went to that way, right?
And to save time, right? Like not have meetings go as long if we broke up the work. But that hasn't been the case.
Okay. So I don't know what the council's wants to do as far as going to one. So I don't care if we go to one workshop, but I do want public participation and allow the public to come and participate in our government. So I will go with the consensus on that. We want to stay with 2 workshops or go to 1. Has our agenda been full on most of those workshops by Acting City Manager?
Yes, we try and stage the agenda to where you're workshopping the item first and then it comes to the business meeting for vote to try and streamline some of those meetings. Some of the presentations are informational purposes and they're not required to necessarily give direction. We'll try and stage those as well. But we average, anywhere between 4 and 6, sometimes 7 agenda items on a workshop.
What did the school board and the county commission do, on a normal basis? Because I know they also reserve an option to call a workshop if they need it.
It's actually my option there is not to call another workshop, is the option I was talking about. If sometimes at a workshop, an issue will come up that needs to be, and I'm not talking about floods or hurricanes, that's covered by the basic rules. But if something was so important that we needed to get it taken care of before another week or 2 go by, theoretically, we're not supposed to do motions at a workshop. So the way that other organizations get around it, that the county gets around it, is they always have a memo put out whenever there's a workshop that says if an issue comes up that needs to have a motion made and be approved, you end the workshop at some point, and then you call that meeting based on that memo, and the public notification then is covered, and you can go ahead and.
You're still intermingling the 2 subjects. We need to clear up the one subject first.
So that's the second option.
The
first option is 1 or 2.
Okay.
My only concern with going to 1 is that there's been cases throughout this year where we've asked for a change to something that we would be voting on, or asked an applicant in terms of land use to change something and come back to us, and have tried to squeeze things in and get another presentation during a workshop prior to voting again and things like that on a quick timeline. And so by removing that second one, we would have less flexibility in trying to squeeze those things in. However, you know, as you say, if we need to, we could schedule a workshop that's not normally regularly scheduled. So I really don't, you know, I'm not leaning one way or another on this, and be willing to go with the rest of the council on it.
I think we need to keep 4. I'll just come out and kind of draw the line in the sand. And the reason I say that is I think it's easier to take away than to add. So in other words, for instance, I'm looking at the schedule moving forward. So if you look at the agenda in the back of the packet, December 9th, that workshop has 1 item on it. Now that's a rarity. As we all know, we have marathon meetings up here, which is another reason I don't think we should go to 3, because then that's just going to make the 1 workshop that we have that much longer. But for instance, if we only have 1 thing on an upcoming workshop and it's not time sensitive, then, you know, it's easier for staff and for us to accommodate taking away a workshop rather than adding. So I would say that we give the direction to staff that we're going to keep the 2 workshops, the 4 meetings, but if we can push something in order to minimize, in other words, if we can take the December 9th workshop and combine it with the next workshop because we only have 1 item, then let's do that. We don't absolutely have to have those 4 workshops a month, but I would say we need to keep them and then default to removal.
And we can cancel as needed. We have canceled one before, right? Haven't we, City Manager?
We canceled both this month due to the holidays.
Okay.
And we've canceled them if they fall during the election cycle as well.
There would have to be public notification of that.
Correct.
Because right now, there are 4 scheduled.
So I'm
4 meetings scheduled each month, including.
So I'm sensing the consensus is we remain with the 4 meetings a month, the 2 workshops. Everybody's still good with that? On the other one, I do want that specifically in the policies and procedures, Mr. Duffy, that we only make motions and votes, because it's not spelled out in our current policies, that we vote only in business meetings.
As long as the city council gives me direction, I can do that.
Well, that's what our policies and procedures support now, and to your point, Councilman Sullivan, that is a proper way to do it. I think that we've gotten away from it, to be quite frank with you. So we just need to go back and maybe all of us polish up on our own policies and procedures, because that's what it supports now. It says that we should not be taking any official business, making any official business moves during workshops, but only during those business meetings.
Well, we have. This past spring, we did that. And we don't.
Well, unless it's an emergent nature, which that's provided for as well. So if it's something that has to be addressed immediately, then the policies and procedures do address that. But if it's just a regular, you know, non-time sensitive motion, it's not supposed to be made.
What about the situation that I'm bringing up, where you have a workshop and you do want to do that, but you haven't public notice that there would be, I like the idea of having that agenda notification done just in case.
I guess I'm a little confused. In
other words, if something comes up at the workshop, and it's so important, it needs to have a motion and decision made concerning it. The way, I hate to go back, the way we did it at the county is, for all workshops, we always have an additional public notice put out, said, if necessary, a meeting can be, and the way you do it is you close the workshop and then start the meeting that was notified by the possibility of it happening. But if you don't have public notice, it's a big problem.
I think that meets the spirit of our current policy. It just puts a mechanism in place to actually do that if it's required.
Right, that's what it seems like.
So what I can maybe make a suggestion if the council wants to hear is that I can, since I am going to, come back for a resolution with these, I can kind of give you options of what Mr. Sullivan's talking about, because it might be better if it's visual so you guys can see it, and then give you kind of like 2 options, maybe reworded where it specifically says no motions at a workshop, so it's very much in there, and then also I can show the wording that Mr. Sullivan is suggesting. And so then that can come back as a resolution and the council can vote on it.
Okay, we comfortable with that? Okay. Anything else on policies and procedures?
I have a question for the council in regards to talking about, motions of an emergent nature and things like that. Motions made during the final commentary, in my opinion, taking a vote on something that hasn't been properly presented leads to kind of making drastic decisions, right, without full information. I would lean to, and there's a mechanism for any council member if they want to add something to the official agenda to make a vote. So there's a way to add something to the agenda and have an official vote on something that gives us more information and more discussion. Typically, I feel like anything brought up at that last second is kind of a gotcha moment, and I don't really want to vote on it at all. And so I ask, do we want to disallow any motions at that point in the meeting and later?
No.
Essentially that we would bring, get consensus to bring it back to a future meeting.
Well, that's provided for. So that's why that kind of goes hand in hand with what Councilman Sullivan was saying. If you look in subsection H, it says, the purpose of city council comments is to promote the public discussion of city business and to encourage the dissemination of information. The city council shall take no major policy action without an agenda item unless such is approved by the consent of the city council, but may take action to address exigent matters or to ensure that matters are addressed in a timely manner. So it already does that. So like I said, I think we've just kind of gotten away from it.
Right, I think that's what I'm trying to say. Make sure we just.
The one thing I would like to say, though, is and I think it's unclear in all of the policies and procedures, when it says approved by the consent of the city council, are we talking about majority consent or full consent?
I would say that's a majority consent.
Majority consent, okay.
Unless you guys spell it out different and direct that consent has to be 5-0.
All right, so just, you may not have to change anything on that, just adhere to that. Know during our public comments at the end that we're not making any formal votes on that item, whatever it is, because it is a short fuse kind of thing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, exactly. So we all know that now, and then for the parliamentarian, if we step out of line, put us back in.
Whack is like whack-a-mole.
So can I just get clarification on the workshop? So if there's one item, two items, move that to another one, because it does get quite difficult to schedule consultants coming in to do presentations or outside groups during evening workshops. So we try and get those on daytime workshops. So if we don't have anything on the evening workshop, can we use that one as the fourth one? So we're really doing business the first, second, and third week of the month. So first week is evening business, second week is morning workshop, third week is morning business meeting, and then fourth is as needed workshop for additional items. It's still in the evening?
I think that's reasonable.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Okay, everyone good with that? All right, do I need to open this up for public discussion?
Sorry, Mayor.
Anything else?
I had one more, yeah. So I do think we should add a clause in here that just says if something is not very specifically addressed by these policies and procedures, we shall default to Robert's rules. So we've had a few issues, and I think that you would reasonably default that way, but if we explicitly state that, what it says in here now is that we default to matters of debate. That's not very clear. If we just specifically state that it defaults to Robert's rules, I think that that's much more clear for everybody.
Good on that, Marcus?
Yes, sir. I'll make sure that's more clear.
Anything else?
Is there, I don't know if there's history behind this, if this was added or this is how it started, but we have a non-agenda public commentary at the beginning of the meeting, and we have a non-agenda public commentary at the end of the meeting. And typically, the end of the meeting public commentary is very sparse in terms of commentary, especially, as you mentioned, Vice Mayor, when we're having 5-hour meetings. There's not necessarily many people left in the room at that point anyways. Is there a need for the second one is my question to the council.
Public comment at the end?
Right.
Some people could come in late. I think we need to afford people the opportunity.
Okay, that's a good point.
I have no problem leaving that.
I think we need to probably discuss is Now we're kind of in a new technology age, so people are able to appear virtually. We've had people appear virtually because they're sick. I know I appeared virtually once from mat leave. I know Councilman Gambaro's been out of state and has appeared virtually. I think all of us have appeared virtually if we didn't want to completely miss a meeting before. But I think we should somehow address it in our policies and procedures. So to make sure that, one, we're not, and I'm not indicating this about anybody up here, but that it's not being taken advantage of. But two, so that for the public's benefit, it is something that is being regulated and agreed upon by council rather than just something that we're assuming is permitted, because that's what we're doing right now.
Do you have
We're just assuming.
any suggestions for that specific?
I don't have a suggestion. I would maybe look to council to see if there's examples that we can pull from other policies and procedures out there. But I mean, I want to make sure, again, that it's not abused. So what type of limitations would we want to put on it? Would we want to say that maybe no more than 3 items in a row? Maybe it should mirror our absence policy. So I know our procedures do say that if we're absent a certain amount of time, or I think it's our charter actually, if we're absent so many times that certain actions can be taken. Maybe we mirror that if we have virtual appearances so many times in a row. Because I do think it's important that we try to be here, that we're here for the public, that we're here for each other, that we're showing that commitment. But things happen, things come up. So something reasonable that holds us accountable, but also allows for that flexibility.
I'm going to jump in on the other side of the coin. So is it better for all of us to participate in a meeting or have people miss meetings based on work, medical issues, life, things of that nature?
No, I think it's important that we all attend, but I also think it's important that we not abuse the policy.
I don't feel that anyone has abused the policy.
I don't think anybody has either, but we're silent on it right now. We don't know if people in the future may.
Could you look into that, Mr. Duffy, and see if there's anything out there that we may be able to mirror?
What I was thinking, during COVID, there were some special rules that came down about whether you could vote or not if you weren't at the meeting. And I think the state, at the end, I think there was something the state put out about that once COVID was...
There is an Attorney General opinion on this matter that allows...
Look at that.
Well, no, this is what I've been advising you guys. It still allows it. I can work on some rules to bring back to you and mirror other ones, but that's what allowed it, is the Attorney General. As long as we don't have anything in our policy procedures that says you can't do it, then we're okay. But well, I think what Ms. Pontieri might be getting is just making it more specific in our policy and procedures and not making it more vague. So I can work on some type of language, see what other cities have it, and
Start with the attorney, the state policy, and then expand it for our...
Yeah, and I in no way think that people should not be able to vote just because they're appearing virtually. I don't think that that's
Well, there was
necessary.
an issue on that.
Oh, I agree. I remember it. Yeah. I just think that, if we have something that explicitly states, hey, you can appear virtually if under XYZ reasons, but let's not appear virtually for 4 meetings in a row. That's all. Something very reasonable.
So what I've seen, and I don't know the bylaws, but for instance, the TPO, but I've seen this on other boards, that there's a motion at the beginning of the meeting that allows for virtual participation and virtual voting. I'm assuming maybe their bylaws explicitly do not allow that, and that's why there's a motion or something of that nature. But I've seen that in other committees that they make a motion if there is somebody absent that wants to participate virtually, so that basically everybody is giving their consent to allow that person to participate.
So you're good on that guidance, Mr. Duffy? Yeah, I got banged up for going on vacation. I'm sorry I'm on a train to Prague and I can't be in a meeting, so, but I got beat up on that. But vacation. Everybody gets to go on vacation. Any other comments? Are we straight? You got your guidance, Mr. Duffy? Okay. We need to open this up for public comment real quick. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we're going to move on to item 6, selecting a vice mayor appointment for 2025-2026 year.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to jump in here.
Yes, sir.
Given that 3 of us are going to be moving on from this council this time next year, and you and Ty Miller, Councilman Miller, are the future of this council, I'd like to nominate Councilman Miller to serve as our vice mayor for the next year.
We got a nomination of Council Miller to be vice mayor. Is there a second?
I guess they don't like you, Ty.
All right. There's no second. Does anyone else want to make a nomination?
I would like to nominate our current Vice Mayor, Teresa Pontieri, to continue as Vice Mayor because I think she's done a great job in the past year or so that I've been here, filling in many events. And Ty is going to be here. We're running out of people who are going to be here. The mayor is going to be here, and Ty is going to be here, and the mayor can't be the vice mayor too. So I think that Ty will get his chance to be vice mayor very soon. And I also agree that the people are moving on, but I think it's a unique situation with our current vice mayor who's been doing the job excellently, I think, since I've been here. And so I would nominate her to continue on as vice mayor.
Agreed and seconded.
We got a nomination and a second for Vice Mayor Pontieri, continue on as Vice Mayor. Do you want to be Vice Mayor again? Okay. All right, we got a first and a second. Any more discussion? We'll open up for public comment.
Public comment.
No public comment. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item number 7, City Council Liaison Appointments for FY 25-26.
Mayor, City Council, this is included in your agenda packet. It is that time of year. We typically look at it in November, December, because this is right around the time of the election. So if anybody wanted to move, shift around their position appointments, or if there was a scheduling conflict, we added it for discussion for you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I would like to retain the City Council and county workshop. I'd also like, for myself, the TDC, I'd like to be on that one, and the Flagler County FC3. I'd like to be for those 3 seats. Anyone have any issues with that?
I do, Mayor. You abdicated those last year or earlier this year, and I've been working really, really hard with TDC and FC3. I don't want that to be interrupted at this point. When you decided to abdicate those roles, we had to step in and fill them, and I don't think that it's appropriate at this point. Now that we're, I'm elbow deep in several projects with both of those organizations. So I would like to keep those, and I feel the same way about FLC. I'm currently working with those boards on several initiatives. So I would like to keep TDC, FC3, and FLC. I'm the alternate for TPO. I stepped up and took that as well for you. And if you want to be the alternate, then I'd be more than happy to, just because I haven't played a pivotal role in that, so I'm not engaged in ongoing projects like I am with the other organizations. But yeah, no, I'd like to keep my role on those boards.
Okay, that's fine. I'll stay with the county. You guys can divvy up the rest of them if you want to change. It's really no concern to mine.
I have one comment. I think we should add an assignment. The whole Humane Society animal control is a big issue right now. It's not going to go away. It's not one of these things that's going to go away in 6 months. It's going to be with us for, I think, more than 1 year. And I think at that point, we should designate someone as our point of contact. There are meetings going on about that, so on and so forth, and I think it's important. So I think we should add that as one of our assignments. And it's not me, but I do think that's important enough that somebody take that on. And so I think
Sounds like you're passionate about it. I don't know why you don't want to do it.
I've been doing that, Council.
I know you have, but I think it should be listed now because it will
Official.
go on after you leave.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with that. I think it will be an ongoing issue, to your point. It's not going to resolve itself next year, so I don't know how we would word that. Maybe.
Well, I think it's 2 separate things, right? The contract with the Humane Society requests just the Humane Society contract requests a council liaison and a staff member, and you all have appointed Ms. Pontieri. And then there's the joint city-county collective animal control shelter, future shelter as well.
I just think, just if we designate it, then there's no questions asked. I know the mayor's been at a couple of those meetings and spoken, and Ms. Pontieri. So you think there are two things, two?
So you're saying that the
It's-
task force?
Right, the task
liaison.
force is separate from the contract that we have with the the Humane Society.
I think you're referring to the Humane Society liaison specifically, right? And then you are a rep for the task force, correct?
Right, the task force is just small right now. It's myself, Ms. Petito, Mr. Zobler, and Mr. Cameron Orr. And then we are joining all of the bodies, both boards in December.
Yeah, I was going to say, typically for that specific issue, it's part of the, we have a special county city meeting.
I just feel that that is not going to get less. There are not going to be less meetings about this. There, over the next couple of years, there are going to be more meetings as this thing proceeds along, because we're talking land acquisition, new locations, consolidating the animal control. All those issues are issues that affect the council, and rather than all of us going to all these meetings, I think if we designate people, it's better. Maybe there should be two people involved.
No, I agree with you. I think, I mean, this clearly says council liaison. We have a council liaison. Why not list it?
Anyway, just a thought.
We'll definitely add the Humane Society.
Yeah.
So would you like to also add a separate one and have a council on our task force? Just trying to get direction.
That,
Yeah, I don't,
that last meeting we had concerning the Humane Society at county, I think all of us were there.
yeah, that's what I was saying, was that when we do have these special meetings, they're impromptu, and generally it's all of both boards.
I'm just
that can
thinking that
attend.
that will happen, those kind of issues will evolve over time and continue to happen. I don't know if we should have all 5 council members showing up.
Well, if that's the case, then we need to talk to county and see if they're okay with it too, because they're the other half of the equation of
So-
having just a rep go.
Part of your presentation that you'll get in December is looking at, in a future shelter, having a government-supported nonprofit, and there may be an opportunity for a council liaison to serve in that in its infancy. But I just spoiler alert for your meeting
Okay.
in December.
We don't have anything designated right now.
You do have Ms. Pontieri as your Humane Society. We just left it off this list. We
Not on the
apologize.
list, that was my point.
Right. We apologize. We left it off the list.
Any other changes? Anyone, everybody comfortable?
Mr. Mayor, and I just wanted to say I'm comfortable with my committee assignments, and we don't have the Northeast Florida Regional Council on here, but that's mainly because it's, the county gets the seats, and then we get invited to participate in that, so, but I think that's a really important committee. Just wanted to highlight that.
That should be on there too.
All right, thank you. So go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor, I would encourage you to be the alternate for TPO. I think Councilman Miller has done a great job. He's made it on the board at this point. But we do need to have strong voices, and being that I am only going to be on this board for one more year, I think it's really important that you all together be a strong voice for Flagler County on TPO. So I would kindly ask, Mayor, that you be that alternate.
All right, add me, city manager is the alternate for that.
Thank you for stepping up into that.
Anything else? Any other changes?
No changes, just going to say that I appreciate my current seats, and to the point with being on the executive committee of TPO, it doesn't really make sense for that to change at all, because that would mean we would get less of a voice in terms of that.
Right, and I'm fine with what I'm doing right now. Continue on the disadvantaged travel.
Okay, are we good? Do we need to open this up for public comment? No public comment. Okay, we're moving on to item H. We have protests regarding intent to award for ITB-UT-25-68. City manager?
1 second. So, sir, I take it you're represented from Odyssey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you just announce your name for the record so city council knows who you are?
Yeah, I'm Stephen Nelson with Odyssey Manufacturing.
Okay. City council, as you're aware in your packet, we have a bid protest from Odyssey Manufacturing. I believe staff is going to give a background presentation, And then Odyssey will also have a chance to present their findings as well. Sir, you're welcome to sit there at the mic, or you can have a seat, whichever you'd like, okay?
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Council, Mayor. Glad to be here today. Brian Roche, Utility Director.
Helena Alves, Finance Director. Good morning, thank you.
We got a handful of slides here to kind of provide context of the wastewater pump stations and for this protest. So we have about 181 pump stations at Palm Coast. That's a significant number. They transfer about 8 million gallons a day of wastewater, about 6,000 gallons a minute. Picture that on average 24 hours a day. Our replacement cost of these pump stations is about $75 million. They last anywhere from 15 to 40 years. Different components might have a lower life cycle. We do weekly to monthly service check. Brandon, and we have Jen Melly here, that their team does a great job that doing those service checks to keep these pump stations running. In context, we have about 58 generators and 4 backup diesel pumps, about a third of our stations. And then moving on to odor control, about 6 of those, about 30 have odor control units. Some of those go back a decade or so. But we're going to focus today on the large pump stations. That's what the team did, is said there's 6 triplex pump stations. These are the most expensive ones. They're clearly over $1 million stations. And what's mitigate odor control in there? So the team went out 3-4 months ago and put a proposal out for odor control units. And you can see a picture there. It's basically above ground. It's a fiberglass tank. You have a controls and a 30-gallon drum that you pump some sort of liquid product, a nutrient, more biological than chemical. It's a little bit of PVC piping. So these stations are large, though. You know, they're 25 to 30 feet deep, and this is above ground, so you don't see what's happening below ground. Mike's not working. Brian's not working in?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then, so the proposal went out for PS 32-2 to furnish, deliver, and install a biotrickling odor control unit, a specific type. The system was designed to reduce mainly hydrogen sulfide. That's what you get from wastewater. Also some other potential to reduce VOC. So the bid results on August 21st, about 3 months ago today. PBM Constructors out of Jacksonville was $175,000. Odyssey Manufacturing, who's formed the protest, is $192,000, and a company out of DeLand that has done work here, but it's been a while, about $251,000. So we're here today, kind of pause, with this bid protest. There was September 10th, there was 2 letters to the finance director from the protest firm. And then there was a letter on the 27th to the mayor and the council members. And then today, on the 18th, we're at the council.
Brian, let me add one thing. So the way this order went is that our bid protests and our policies and procedures say that you bid to, if you have a bid protest, you protest it to the finance director, which is Ms. Alves. And then, so Ms. Alves reviewed it, and she thought that their bid protest was without merit. Then Odyssey appealed that to the acting city manager, where Ms. Johnson reviewed it, and she also decided that their bid was without merit, and now it is coming to you. That they decided to appeal it to you based on what they have before you. And so your decision today, City Council, is to, based on the evidence that is brought before you, is that if this bid protest is with or without merit. I'm here to stand by for any questions or anything, but staff will give you more of the slides, and then Odyssey will also be there at the microphone as well.
Thank you for procedure. It's not often in my 30 years you go through these protests, but sometimes it happens. So our pump stations, these are 4 pictures of the 6 largest pump stations we have. So a year ago, approximately maybe 2, in 2024, Pritchard Drive and Old Kings Road, Odyssey went out for bid, and Odyssey did a good job of furnishing, delivered, and installed Hayward odor control components. And then the library pump station went out for bid, and October 21st, the council approved for Odyssey because they were a low bidder. You look at that, $167,000. PBM was $195,000. Sawcross, who's doing work on one of our water plants, $263,000, and McMahon again in DeLand at $285,000. But this 4th one, 4 of the 6 big stations, we're here at this protest, and PBM was looks like they sharpened the pencil. There's a little different, every installation is different. $175,000, and Odyssey was second lowest bidder at $192,000. So, are we here today? Is it about, we'll hear more from the protest, is it about the contractor, the product, which is the components of the odor control unit, or the nutrient, which is the 30-gallon drum and what's the liquid in it that helps produce a biomass to support the H2S removal. So let's first look at the product. And the biotrickling filter was written as spec, and this spec was kind of a can spec that the folks got probably from passed around the industry, had very detailed, very specific. It's not one that is usually not what an engineer would write, but it's very specific that a lot of manufacturers have these in their cut sheets. So Hayward, Florida Incorporated, and that was Odyssey supplier. Also Ecoval Water Technology, owned by Xylem now, a major corporation. And you look in the Hayward line sheet, they actually sell Ecoval Water Technology. So you have, two options there, probably from the same manufacturer's rep, or engineer approved equal. So over to the right was an addendum put in by PBM to say, can they use a perifiberglass product? In addendum number 1, the response back from the team was, yes, that's approved. It shows that they've done, 125 installations around the country. There's a picture one here, just on the web search, and that's a odor control unit somewhere in Florida. So certainly we felt like, and we'll talk about some references that have been used in other utilities we know. This is some cut sheets. There was a note in the protest that, hey, the cut sheets weren't in the proposal, but they were standard practice is to, if you need to, after the proposal's in or the bid's in, it was requested, and the supplier provided these detailed cut sheets. These cut sheets actually look more complicated than it is than probably for the contractor to install. So next thing to move to is the contractor qualified to install this component? So PBM constructors have experience at City of Palm Coast for over 50 years. This is an example of $5-6 million of work, one dating back in 2009. But over the last 5, 6, 7 years, at least $5 million worth of work. They've worked on over 25 pump stations here at City of Palm Coast, over 180. We checked the references. One was for JEA in Jacksonville. They have more pump stations than anyone in the country. It's maybe 1,700 now. They use PBM, City of Jacks Beach, and St. Johns County Utilities. Those were 3 references checked. These are just real quick pictures of PBM work here at City of Palm Coast. Most of these pictures, the top 3 and the one on the left are wastewater plant 1, much more complex than any sort of odor control unit. And this is like calculus, where odor control unit installation is probably more like, maybe multiplication or what have you. And then the example in the bottom middle is the library pump station. And we installed our own odor control unit 10, 15 years ago. We're actually going to remove those and put the one in that the council approved several weeks ago. But you can see a picture of that. We're able to install it if you got time in that, but we felt like this is more efficient to kind of outsource the whole thing. But PBM is definitely qualified to do this type of work. And then look at what is odor control components of a system. And I'm going to jump over to the right first. And you've got this nice looking picture, but what is that? That's looking down on top of a wet well of a triplex pump station. The bottom is the liquid. It's got a little bit of wastewater and wastewater really is about 98% liquid but it does produce H2S, and that's what we're trying to eliminate. We have corrosive coatings on this. You have stainless steel pipe. You got 45, 50 horsepower pumps buried underneath that water. So the inside of a pump station below ground is the complex part of the pump station. That's what I'm trying to do, unless you get into variable frequency drives and what have you. So go back to on the left side, what are we going to do? One of our team members put together the steps to install an odor control component. You're basically going to lay out the equipment. You're going to anchor the equipment to the slab. You see a couple at the bottom of the concrete slab. There's a couple of fiberglass. There's feet on the fiberglass tank. You anchor in probably stainless steel bolts. Connect some Schedule A PVC pipe, and not elaborate stainless steel piping like you hear. And then the manufacturer, not the general contractor, the manufacturer, that'd be perifiberglass here, or the other 2 that were named possible. They're going to come and do startup testing. 4 trips was written in the spec for 8 days. When you talk to the team, it's like, that seems like a little much. We probably would minimize that in the future. And then we would do periodically add nutrients. And then we have visits by manufacturer quarterly for the first year. And then the pump station mechanics do their periodic inspections, have you. And then they're going to go add in nutrients. So this is miracle grow. It's first time I heard that was 13 years ago on a 30 million gallon pump stations up by UNF in Jacksonville. Our engineer was very familiar with this, and he told me, I can't quite do his accent, But we're doing Miracle Grow. And like I look in this barrel, it's 30, 55 gallon drum, and it's Miracle Grow. Now you can buy nutrient from a subscription fee for $5,000 or $10,000 a year, and we have been doing that on a couple of ones. But basically, trying to get something to encourage the growth of biomass, because the biomass then is pushed with air coming across, and the H2S is removed. So, you know, we can go a $30, $50 route, and go a $5,000 route, get hooked up in that subscription fee. And kind of summarize where we are, this is a series of recommendations. The bid results, we went through that on another slide on August 21st. PBM's lower contracts over 10% or right at 10% lower. I was asked to go in and meet and look at some documentation, and it was checks and reference checks, you know, and I happened to call those 3 utilities in a day or two, so we checked those, and of course PBM's qualified to install an odor control unit. The odor control unit, again, is above ground, less complex, and this will save costs for customers and clearly be the best interest for City of Palm Coast. Every dollar matters. This is the customer's dollars, and if we could save $17,000 up front, we need to do it. And then Helena and her team on the procurement team, and Amber behind us, they did a termination on October 14th. They reviewed the bid documents, the vendor submissions, and found that everything was in order and the protest does not have a merit. The next thing happens is, I guess about 8 days later, it's very quick, and maybe before that, the letter came from the protester. So the city manager has a termination, and where we reserve the right in the specs to accept or reject any all bids. We have the right as City of Palm Coast, and you as the council, to enforce or waive any informalities or technicalities throughout the bid process. There probably are some technicalities. Someone has an 8-page spec that somebody could argue a technicality, but this is very much a minute details that are being debated. COPC procurement reached out to PBM after the bid was submitted, only to clarify the proposal, and that's standard practice. It's written to be able to do it. PBM references were contacted and vowed to be very experienced pump station installation rehab contractor. And the intent to award was in accordance with COP procurement procedures or criteria of this bid. So we followed the procedures that are laid out. And then today here with the city council termination, it's your decision. Our staff, a series of recommendations, and today is to please proceed forward with the low bidder, PBM Constructors. They've proven doing work here for over 15 years. They have a vast experience in greater North Florida, complex wastewater systems, pump station, mechanical general contractor work, and they can treat the odors to minimize the odors for the customers in the community, save the rate-paying customers over $17,000 in capital expenditures, and project to save over $5,000 a year in nutrient O&M expense. It's pretty simple in those 3 points. Thank you for your time today. Answer any questions.
Thank you, sir.
So City Council, you have 2 options here. One, you can ask staff questions, or you can have Odyssey present their presentation and then wait questions up to City Council's
Do
direction.
we have any question of staff?
I have a question, if I may, Mayor. If a bid is presented and it's incomplete, and I'm speaking in general terms, not addressing this specific bid, but you know the contractor, and you say, nah, I know the bid's incomplete, but I know the contractor, I know they do good work. Do you have the subjective ability to accept their bid and choose them as a contractor despite an incomplete package?
I believe it has materiality of what's complete. You know, is there something that's very material that might be different than something is, hey, did somebody actually mail in a graphic of a schematic that you could find?
Okay.
Or very simple.
How do you define material?
Well, you know, in the engineering world, this is certainly not material. $170,000. You got $75 million of assets, just pump stations alone, and you got 3 other pump stations. You're trying to mitigate it. The idea is to try to do it fast and get our equipment in for our customers. So I don't think this is an over material issue.
Well, no, I'm saying what type of document is material? Because this is going back to this specific issue, this is, an argument is being made that documents were not included. Hypothetically, if the position was, yes, those documents were required, are those documents material to the bid?
Yeah, there's when you read through the many different the bid documents and the protest letters, again, it's not always clear what's missing. I mean, none of the proposals show exactly what size the bolts are. I believe if you look on the right, if it were going in between, is it carbon steel pipe or stainless steel? That's very material, council member. But in the sense of a fiberglass tank that has more biological and is less scientific and is more what you want to call empirical or trial and error a little bit, which odor control is, I don't see as material. But if you're going in between on the right, is it a motor that has certain service factor or not, that might be material. Is this the material on a stainless steel pipe or a pump, on a $100,000 pump, that would be material.
Well,
And you could ask for clarification too, and that's what.
Vice Mayor, I might be able to help out here when you're done.
Yeah, no, so my question, because the letter on September 10th, 2025 from Odyssey explicitly states, and I think the nuts and bolts of their complaint is that the documents missing are the cut sheets on all proposed equipment, the preliminary equipment layout drawings for proposed equipment showing piping and electrical conduit paths, and the proposed preliminary construction schedule to include plan for work showing sequence of events. That's what I get from their argument. And my question is, if those things were in fact required, which clearly the city is stating, well, were not actually required. I don't agree with that stance, but I'm guessing that's what the response was. Are those documents not material?
Well, I think at least two of those procurement reached out, and they were put in prior to the intent to award. And it was clarification. I think that's was written in the city manager's letter. That's acceptable standard to go out to request a detail item like that. And so I think that's a process I've been involved with years of when you design a system to get a little more clear.
So two of the documents were provided?
I haven't seen a schedule yet, but I think I professional judgment, what we're working on here with a $500 million program, if we can't count on the contractor who's done $5 million of work to be able to do this at a timely schedule, that wasn't there. I haven't seen it. Maybe it is. I've read this thing dozens of times, or different elements of it. I did actually go to a water plant yesterday. It was where you have massive stainless steel pipe, where years ago we had an outage. The particular contractor was called on a 24-hour notice to install 20, 24-inch stainless steel pipe with massive bolts. So if they can respond like that, I don't have any concern about the schedule.
I'll reserve my comments on what I think about that position specifically, but also this case as a whole, and I'll cede my question. Any further questions, Councilman?
I just, from an acquisitions perspective, just so from a policy perspective, as we look at this, I think it's important to, as someone who's actually put in bids and had to put the package together, everybody's running at the last second. There's often a quality control check before these bids are submitted, and there's a process for that. We have folks that do good work all the time that are often make mistakes, right? Or they're not as thorough as they should be. But I got to tell you something. I mean, we lay all that out in the checklist, don't we? These are the things that you have to provide. And in the military, we live by checklists, especially if you got to run a convoy or something, right? These things matter. And so I go back to the company that did the resurfacing on Rimfire. I had a major problem with it because there were things that weren't adhered to that were laid out. I mean, it was awarded, it was done, but did we see a problem early on when they submitted the bid? Because if they can't handle their admin up front, why the heck should we trust them to do a project in our city? This is attention to detail. So I understand what you're saying from a performance perspective, but I think for us as a policy discussion, we should consider, what are the consequences by not reading and applying the correct information with the appropriate stamps or documentation, notary, whatever the case may be, going forward. And so I see both sides. But, from a policy perspective, I think, we should consider, how we should move forward with this, because these are our policies, right, Mr. Duffy? on how we do this. So I just, over to the council to, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I have a couple questions,
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So in terms of what I see, I think, is a level of miscommunication that's occurring between what we expect and what, say, and I don't know anything about this specific firm that's bidding, whether they've bid on us, any projects of ours before. But from what I see as what they think that is being asked and what we think we're asking. So for instance, in the bid packet, on page 9, which was referenced in a couple different places, there's a section that's submittals, right? So it's a list of things you need to submit. And then our position is that, as part of the portal, there's a different list of things that you need to submit that are required, and therefore these things aren't necessarily required at the beginning with the bid, and then those clarifications can happen over time as we reach out and ask for things. But I don't think that makes it clear for anybody participating. For instance, on the portal, which I'm on right now, when you're uploading these documents that are required, there is no sections for these submittals, right? The cut sheets and things like that. Now, there is one for the price schedule, but for some of these items that are on the submittal list, there is no location for you to say, let me upload this specific document. It has, there's a screenshot that says basically provide the price schedule, references, required forms 1 through 8, bid bond, addendum 1, and the license number. So on our website, this is what we are saying you need to submit for the bid, but then in the bid packet, we're saying there's a list of submittals, and it's not clear whether those are required as part of the initial bid or whether those are required at some point in the bid as we clarify, I think. And so I think that's where some of this conflict's happening, right, is just non-clarity about when and where these things are required. So if it's a standard practice for us we only need these things that are on the portal that are, there's an option to upload each specific document, whereas their submittals, we need to clarify to those bidding, these aren't required at the time of the bid. They'll be required at some point in the bid process, after we do our initial review or something to that effect, so that there is clarity. Because, as Councilman Gambaro said, I could see it either way. I could see reading that and saying, okay, I need to submit all this information, even though there's no place for me to submit it on the portal. I assume it was submitted as part of a larger document in one of these slots, even though it wasn't necessarily that document. I don't know how that was, and I'll ask that question later of the applicant or the bidder. But there's some confusion here, right? Like I can read it and see why it would seem that way to the bidder. I also see that it isn't in the required document. So I think at a minimum, we need to address that, that vagueness so that there's clarity in the future and maybe minimize these conflicts going forward.
I agree with you, Councilman Miller. I actually went into the bid process portion of this, and if you kind of work backwards, so if you go to page 14 of the ITB, it says bid process is the main, so I'm on page 13. Bid process is the main title, and then there's a subsection that says submissions, and it says refer to instructions to bidders, instructions on preparation of the bid. So then if you flip backwards to page 9, that's where it gets to what you were referring to, Councilman Miller, which is part 4 submittals. And in bid submittals, it says submit, has that list of documents that I think those are at issue here. If you go back even further to the, we're obviously looking at ITB, which is your invitation to bid. What's key to me on page 19, which is instructions to bidders, right? So we just went from page 13, which has your bid process. Page 14 has your submissions. We know the title of this document is ITB, instructions to bid. And then on page 19, it says bid submittal. The bidder must submit a bid that substantially complies with this ITB document in all material aspects. That's why I was asking the question, are these things material? It says all bid submittals must contain direct responses to the requested information, which can be found on the required forms attached. So I hear what staff was saying to Councilman Gambaro's point. Your point is, well, it wasn't a required, quote, required form. But if you keep reading, it says, direct responses to the requested information which can be found on the required forms attached and as otherwise outlined in this ITB. So to me, that would indicate that it's not or, it's and. They have to submit everything that's in the required forms and anything else outlined in the ITB. And if you go to page 9, it has cut sheets. It has the preliminary equipment layout drawings. It has a proposed preliminary construction schedule. And to me, and to Councilman Gambaro's point, the construction schedule is very material. So, I think at the very least, we need to do an overhaul of these instructions, to your point, Councilman Miller, and make this more clear to actually reflect what it is that we are intending to require from people who are bidding. From a policy perspective, we should be taking out as much subjectivity as possible. So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Roche, about PBM. They may be a great company. They may do great work. We may have a great history with them. But the point on a bid package and bid submittals, the point is to have objective criteria, to take as much subjectivity out of it so that we are objectively looking at bids and we're looking at all of the same information from every single bidder. And I don't think that this specific process reflected that.
I concur 100%. I don't think we would ever use a spec like this again. That's obviously provided by some sort of manufacturer. This is not a typical engineering spec that I've ever been involved with. This is typical early in my career as an engineer. You see specs. You want to get information from vendors. You have. I certainly didn't hear because it was, I get it after the protest. But usually pick up pieces from it, but having one that's written in 8 or 10 pages for a fiberglass tank with a 2 horsepower blower and a 30-gallon drum is 8 or 10 pages. You're going to get caught in one of those gotcha type statements. So we'll clean that up certainly in the future. We'll work on it very immediately.
Anything else?
And I think to the point, sorry, nothing against Odyssey, but PBM still, if this process was 100% fair and even in both ways, PBM may still be who was selected. But I think just because of that subjectivity, it calls into question the process.
Yes, sir.
To Councilman Miller's point with regards to the required documentation that has to be submitted, does it have to go through the portal? Can vendors come in and drop off hard copies if required? Or what do they have both options, or is it just kind of one way to submit documents?
They have to be submitted through our portal, which is Bonfire.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the staff? We'll have the representative if you wish to present your case, sir.
Hello. So I'm Stephen Nelson. I work for Odyssey Manufacturing. I'm also a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. So there was a great presentation. The main thing I want to come out and start with is the reason for me being here today is not with any concern with any of the contractors that are listed. It's primarily based on the fairness of the bid process, which you guys have already alluded to. So we interpreted Part 4 of the bid manual that has been referenced as being a requirement in order, and really the main reason that I understand it is I don't understand how the city could perform a thorough and fair evaluation of bids without these documents. You didn't have cut sheets, you didn't have a schedule, you didn't have a preliminary layout. So how do you know, for example, that a contractor is going to supply equipment that is going to meet the scope of services? Without this information, there's no way to determine that. And so that's why I understand that these were required, and I took it upon myself to make sure that they were included with my bid. And I have, for example, to support this, I can hand them out if you guys would like to see, but I have the email chain from where this information was requested after the bid closing. So bid closed on August 20th, And 5 days following the bid close, there was request from the city procurement staff for, they were preliminary questions. There was no cut sheets that I saw that were requested or anything. So during the Sunshine Law request, I didn't see any sort of cut sheets or any information that would still provide relevance that the contractor was going to use equipment that was going to meet the scope of services. The questions that were asked specifically was, what brand of biotrickling odor control are you going to be installing? At which point the contractor responded, Perry Fiberglass. How big is the unit? 5 feet in diameter. And the third question, is there going to be continuous support from startup until the unit is operating efficiently that city employees can then take over? So this then ties into your point where I would definitely make the point that these are material questions because this clearly indicates that they were the low bidder, but you have no way to evaluate their bid. So you're requesting this information after the fact. The following day, August 26th, there was 2 additional questions asked. Is the unit adequately sized to handle high concentrations of H2S, including spikes up to 700 parts per million? And what is the lead time for the installation? All of these questions tie directly to the bid submittals. If they would have included those documents in the bid, you would have had the answers to all of these questions. My argument is that they are indeed substantial and of material because there's no way to do a proper evaluation. I took the time to provide all these documents, and in order to be transparent and fair with the city, as was mentioned, we've installed 3 other systems here, and we've installed these systems throughout the state. We do not only partner with Hayward Incorporated. We could have reached out to any manufacturer, and that's another point is Perry Fiberglass was not listed in the scope of services as an approved vendor. So it says Hayward Incorporated, BioAir, or approved equal. And then in that specification, in the bid manual, it stipulates if you wanted to supply an alternate, you would have to supply additional references and be pre-approved. I don't know what pre-approved means from the city's standpoint, but if I could have picked any manufacturer, I could have chose the cheapest one. And then on top of that, if I didn't have to submit cut sheets or any additional information on what the equipment was going to be, I could have submitted anything. I could have literally submitted anything, but I adhered to the scope of services and provided what was advertised, and now I feel I'm being penalized for being a inadequate bid, but not the low bidder. Those are the main arguments that I'd like to bring up today for you guys.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of Odyssey?
So I do. As part of the previous conversation about the page 9, that list of documents for submittal that you included, that you contend was not included in the other bid. How did you submit those documents? Considering on the portal, there's no document for it to be uploaded.
We provided them as a combined attachment, so to speak.
So you attached it to another document, for instance, like the price schedule.
Correct. Yeah.
As part of that. Okay. And that's my only confusion here in terms of from your side, if you perceive that, and I can definitely read it that way as well, that those are required. If there's a list of specific forms that you need to submit, and the ones that you're saying you thought were required are not on that list, I would think that maybe you would reach out or say, hey, cut sheets are required, but there's no spot for me to upload them on the portal. Why? And so I think I would ask that question. I'm not saying that the process is entirely clear. I agree that it is not. Is there any reason that you didn't try to clarify that?
Or an addendum? No, I thought it was clear. So I understand the intention of that being in the specification because that's the only way you guys could do a thorough evaluation of the equipment.
No, I understand that, but I mean in the context of if we have
How
a
to
list of
specifically
forms.
submit it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great question. Yeah, I just made the assumption I'm going to provide these one way or another.
Okay, so you just made sure you included them. Gotcha. That's all.
Any further questions?
So I'd like to add, I guess the resolution that we're hoping for is that the contract be awarded to the next lowest bidder. or all bids be thrown out and the project rebid.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Duffy?
So, want to make sure you have all the information. So, staff made this decision to award the bid based on that bid manual. Ms. Pontieri, Mr. Miller, and Mr. Gambaro brought up some good points, but want to make sure you're tracking. On page 15 of this invitation to bid, there's a paragraph, and this is where staff makes this decision. It says the city reserves the right to accept or reject any or all bids or any part of a bid submittal for any reason and without penalty prior to or after the rankings are made by the city, and to terminate any contract negotiations commenced with any bidder. The city will make the award to those bidders who, in the opinion of the city, will be in the best interest or the most advantageous to the city. Further, it goes down. The city reserves the right to inspect all facilities of bidders in order to decide the foregoing. The city reserves the right to waive or enforce any irregularities, informalities, and technicalities, and may at discretion request a re-procurement. This section shall be construed liberally to benefit the public and not the bidder. So I bring that up to you because the bid manual is pretty much your constitution. This is where you guys are finding is this bid protest with or without merit. The bid manual was also where staff went off their decision to award this bid. So just want to make sure you have all that information. If there's any questions about what step you need procedure, I'm here to help you.
Okay, thank you. So what do we need to do to finish this out?
So there needs to be a motion to say that this protest is with or without merit.
Okay, thank you. Anyone? Council members?
I'll make a motion to say the bid protest is with merit.
With merit?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a second. Do we need to open this up for public? Okay. Any further discussion from the council?
Yes, my question would be, regardless of the findings of this motion, right, or the vote of this motion, for instance, the bidder requested two possible outcomes. What happens based on this vote? Is that back to the execution by the city manager? How do we proceed past that? Or do we determine what should happen past that?
So it is based on your code that says in any case where a bidder wishes to appeal the city manager's determination, the bidder must file a written appeal to city council. And then the nature of the appeal and the grounds on which it is based. The notice must be received by the city clerk. So at the city council meeting, the city council will determine whether the appeal is with or without merit and revise the administrative decision or recommendation if necessary. So I interpreted that. So the bid protest has requested two options. One option is that you throw out the winning bid and make them the winning bidder, or option two, you rebid the process.
So do we need to include that as part of the motion? Or is that something we would determine based after the vote?
That's something you can determine after the vote, because first I would say you need to determine if it's with or without merit. And then after, if you think it is with merit, then you need to determine what the next steps.
Can I ask another question of Mr. Roche? How long was this bid process total?
It was before I was hired.
Is it?
The bid results are from August 21st.
When do we put it out for bid, the project? So July, so.
It
About
was
a month.
issued August 6th, and it closed August 21st.
Okay, so 6 weeks. Gotcha. I'm just trying to, in my head, know, if we need to redo this process, how long that's going to take. Thanks.
All right, we're going to open it up for public comment. Anyone, any public comment, please come forward. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
I agree that this was brought with merit, and it should be thrown out and rebidded. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Along L section, I also agree it should be with merit. Transparency is everything that we're looking for. You guys take bids all the time. It's been going on. Why don't you have a set process that would not be that confusing? And I'm sorry, I don't like the good old boy. Well, I know this company, good wink, wink, nod, nod, Bob's your uncle. If this gentleman had an opportunity for a level playing field, I think that's the right way to go, and just throw it out and rebid. I'd appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, bring it back to dais. Any follow-ups?
And just one comment, not on the technical side of it, but just if we do agree to this and we have another 6-month or 6-week process, how serious a delay is that in actually fixing the problem we face there with the pump?
I think you think about the holidays too, so any weeks you probably got to add a few. I think the approach we probably would take is to separate this and just go out and spec out a odor control unit and then look at some other way to install it. Utilities decide, do you purchase something and then have a contractor install it or furnish and install? And obviously this furnish install one is not it's taken a lot of resources of our entity for a very small dollar item. So I think it would probably take 6 months
You go
before.
in-house, essentially?
We've installed some ourselves, and like I said, the chemicals. So I think we go out and purchase it, so maybe talk 12 weeks to purchase something, maybe add a little longer for the holidays, and then we go out and maybe we'll look at Brandon and Jim to install it themselves. We might look at that to speed it up.
I would gently suggest that be talked about with legal counsel depending on today's vote.
I apologize, didn't you?
Thank you.
My only comment is, I mean, I take very seriously us overstepping your decisions. I think that we should give a great amount of discretion to staff normally. So I didn't make this motion lightly. I trust you all 99.9% of the time, but in this case, I just have to say I don't think the process was as transparent to one person's comment and as objective and fair. I hate to use that term because life isn't fair, but as this type of thing should. Everybody should be on the same playing field. And I just don't find that in this case it was. So I don't want this to invite more bid protests because this is a very tough decision here today, and I imagine the vote will be very tough as well. But I do find that this specific one is with merit.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just to add on to that, whether someone's performed 100 contracts with us before or bid successfully and completed those, the package should be robust and specific. Everything should be specific to every single contract. As we know, companies change, people change within those companies, the capabilities change, their quality of work change over time. They can get better, worse, whatever. So we need to evaluate those all independently every time.
Thank you, sir. Anything else? Restate the question, and we'll call the vote.
This is for a motion that it is fine that this bid protest is with merit.
With merit is what we're voting for. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Oh.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item I,
wait.
ordinance of the second read. Oh, I'm sorry.
So now that you find it with merit, this council needs to give direction on if you want to, based on the bid protest, the bidder requesting that they be awarded the bid or that it be sent back out to rebid.
Okay. Does anyone want to make a motion as far as rebidding?
Based on the request, I would say to rebid the project.
I agree. I think, and to the point I made earlier, if we want the process to be fair, make it a fair process, and then whoever is the best applicant going forward is the one that should be selected, not the second one or the third one based on a default mistake in the process or lack of clarity in the application or the instructions.
Okay, so we have a motion to rebid and a second. Any further discussion? Anybody have any issues? Public comment? Okay, Ms. Cook called a vote. And the question is to put it out to rebid. Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Oh.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so Mr. Roush, you have your direction. And thank you, the representative from Odyssey. Sorry, there's an issue, but we'll try to make it right. Yes, sir. Okay, we're moving on to item I, ordinance of the second read, ordinance 2025XX, chapter 44, traffic and vehicles. Article 2, stopping, standing, parking by amending subsection 44-34C, parking and storage of vehicles generally, of the City Code of Ordinances. City Manager,
Yes, we've made the requested changes. Staff's here for any questions.
any questions from the council?
One, based on Councilman Miller's question at the last meeting, when I was going back and listening to the meeting, Councilman Miller, you brought up, you asked a question with regards to whether or not this is specific enough to ensure these vehicles are only being parked in driveways.
Yes.
And I agree. I think maybe adding language to make that specific.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't have work trucks that are larger, distracting, have bigger profiles that can mess with people's sight lines driving down the street and things like that. There was concerns from the residents about, if this is parked at the end of the driveway. Well, if it's parked in the swale, it certainly could affect the ability of someone driving down the road to not see the little girl on a bicycle in her driveway coming down onto that road.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that people are safe kind of exiting their driveways because the sight lines are not being blocked.
And I think it can be easily added. So if you look at one, it says exceptions, a commercial vehicle may park in a residential zone lot. You could easily say a commercial vehicle may park in the driveway of a residential zone lot. I think in that does that cure your concern?
Yeah, as long as,
So it's, if I can jump in, is your reservation with a commercial vehicle being parked in the swale, or where, other than the driveway, where is your concern?
yeah, I mean, the only place they can legally park aside from the driveway is the swale. They can park in the,
But I don't, Ms. Barbara Grossman, can you clarify? I don't think they're allowed to, but I'm gonna.
at all?
Overnight, between the hours of 1 and 6, they're prohibited. During the day, they are allowed.
Yeah, so my concern is during the day, and obviously sometimes people do park at night, and then we have to enforce that, so we're not catching 100% of that as well. But I think that is also residents' concern about, the swale parking and commercial vehicles and the nature of the neighborhoods being changed and things like that. They still would be, while on a call or actively working, be able to park in those areas. So that's not a concern for anybody actively working or calling somebody in to fix their AC unit or plumbing or whatever the case may be. But I definitely don't want work vehicles being parked in the swale as a place of storage when when people are at home. Use your driveway, put it in the driveway where it's appropriate.
So if you look at section C, the big paragraph, the second sentence, I'll read the first sentence to go with the second sentence. It is prohibited and unlawful to park or store a motor vehicle overnight in a residential zone, except passenger vehicles as defined herein. Such vehicles must be parked in a garage or carport or parked in a driveway or designated residential parking lot. And then that paragraph goes down, and then exceptions for commercial vehicles. Does that meet your guys' concern?
You good with that, Councilman Miller?
Such vehicles, I mean, is it reverting back to, say, passenger vehicles? Because then are we defining passenger vehicles as different from commercial vehicles? I think it can be easily cured by saying a commercial vehicle may park in the same manner as a passenger vehicle in a residential zone lot if da-da-da-da. Does that, I think that would cure it?
Yeah.
Okay.
As a layperson, as it currently reads, I can't tell what it intends in terms of that. So I would appreciate more specifics to clarify it.
Yeah, I think if you say a commercial vehicle may park in the same manner as a passenger vehicle in a residential zone lot if da-da-da-da-da-da. I think that cures it.
And I think I would also add, Mr. Duffy, there's some just minor changes and not obstruct the city easements.
Not obstruct the city.
Not obstruct the city easement. So meaning that portion of the lawn, that's the city's. You know what I'm saying? Where the culvert and because only a certain frontage of that property is technically the homeowner's. Correct?
Yeah, I guess I'm worried about my notice requirement. So if we're letting them park in the swales, but there could be an easement with the swale? How do they know that they're not allowed to park there if we're just saying that they're not parking there at all? So I think we kind of kill it with the swale. Sorry, I'm thinking through it in my head. So, because I think if Ms. Grossman correct me wrong by just saying you're not allowed to park in the swale at all as a commercial vehicle, then they're not going to be parking in any easement that the city has. I think, I'm thinking
Yeah,
that.
are there any examples of a frontage area on a lot that is not in the swale or easement?
What about I'm talking about as far as obstructing traffic. So if your driveway, if your nose on the street,
Mhm.
your property ends, your driveway, you could technically obstruct traffic.
Oh, he's basically saying, you're saying in the driveway, but not in that bottom 5 feet, basically,
Yeah, like 3 feet,
whatever the easement is.
2, 3 feet, that way you're.
Not
you could.
preventing the
People hit mailboxes all the time, and those are right on the edge
I
of the
watched mine
street.
get hit.
So, is there any way to rectify that, Mr. Duffy, with small changes?
I can work on that for you, Mr. Mayor.
Just-
As long as the council gives me direction.
Okay. Or you got wording for it, how we could word that?
So is this change significant that requires another read?
I think it's clarifying.
I think in terms of that, I mean, I did ask this question at the last time, and everybody kind of assured me that was taken care of. So I think the council intended for this at the time, even though the wording may not necessarily be that clear.
I think it's clarifying the intent, and I wouldn't say this is a substantive addition or change, just kind of
It's not length or height or really take.
Or as you stated, you believe that the current wording does kind of say that, and we're just clarifying, so it's not really changing what already exists, it's just making it more clear.
You guys are all becoming very good attorneys, I can tell
That's
you today.
Barbara, can you enforce the intent, or does it leave too much room for interpretation?
Ms. Grossman, I don't want to put you on the spot like that. So what I would recommend is I'll make these changes. I will say that these are minor changes and that they meet the requirement. We're not restricting anything more. We're not making anything substantial. We're just clarifying. So I don't think it meets a major change. So I'll have this ready by next reading.
Okay.
By next meeting, sorry.
By
My
next meeting.
apologies.
It's not, this is the second read, so this is it. This is us passing it just with minor changes. Any further discussion from the council? No further discussion from the council. We'll open this up to public comment.
Chantal Praniger, just to make sure I get it right, you have somebody coming to your house to fix something, and they come with their pickup truck. Where are they going to park if you have your own cars on your driveway and no extra space? I once got a warning because I had my car on the street and not on the swale. So where do they park? On the swale, on the street? What is it?
This is public comment. We'll respond at the end of public comment. We'll respond to inquiries. Okay, Ms. Chantal? Thank you.
I have an answer for you, though.
Good afternoon, Darrell O'Connor again, guy from New York. I moved from New York to Palm Coast because when I first got down, I thought it was a great beach kind of a community. Right now, where'd the mayor go? I wish he was here. You guys are about to change that feel, okay? I lived here for 5 years now. It's not gonna work, what you're doing, all right? The commercial vehicles are usually done to observance by renters and people that they know, and they just leave their, they're not paying their taxes on the house. They don't live in those houses. They're just there by association, whoever does, okay? I pay my taxes and everything. For 5 years, I've been looking, and I got pictures of it, and I've been put into complaints about it. Abuses of the system, of what you're trying to say makes sense, it's not gonna work. People will take abuse to it. You're talking about lawn vehicles. When they start parking on the driveways, in the swales, you know you're not supposed to be anywhere on the street. By law, look it up, I did, okay? You could, you have to be off the street. But back to the other issue with lawn vehicles that I've been looking at, commercial lawn vehicles. Next step was to bring a roll-off. The roll-off was literally higher than the house that he was parking it on. And this is Zebulus Trail, look it up, I already did. So I understand the scope of what you're trying to do, but people being people will abuse this, and you're gonna change. There's a timeline outside on the window, stated in 1969, how Flagler County came to be and all of that. You guys right now have the power to change that, because by this vote, you allowed all these commercial vehicles, and the amount of people moving in here, Palm Coast will not look like Palm Coast anymore. So please try to understand, see what's going on. And again, 90% of these people parking commercial vehicles on the driveways or on the grass, I have pictures, if you want me to approach, I could show you, okay? They have more of an opportunity just to put it in the garage, close the garage door, and work with everybody. I'm from New York. We got along, you had to get along with your neighbors. We're trying to get along now. I did have words with the neighbor across the street. They don't care, all right? So you guys have the power right now to say, hey, let's keep Palm Coast livable. Because after a while, people will start to move out of here or do what they have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment?
At Hatfield, I too am a lay person, and I have a few questions. One is, what is a regular truck? What is the feet length that is allowed to just park in the driveway any time that is not a commercial vehicle? How long can that truck be? Second, if it doesn't have a commercial license plate, how can you call this a commercial vehicle? The terminology is confusing to a lay person. Are there any photos of what type of truck would be allowed to park overnight per this ordinance? Also, when I keep on looking up the size of trucks and their length, everything is defined in inches, not in feet. So 20 inches is not the terminology that is common online, and I just need a little bit of help with that. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further public comment? Anyone? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council?
Chantel asked a question in regards, I forget it now, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yes, where are people supposed to park if the commercial
so
vehicle
for commercial
comes to
vehicles
the
that are
house?
on call, that are working, those are allowed to park on the swale, correct? During whenever the work,
Normal business
the
hours.
the services that they're performing. So if they come and you don't have any space in your driveway, they're allowed to park in the swale. This is specifically for if it's your commercial vehicle, that's the job you do, but you live at your home, you bring it back home, you can't park it in the swale because you're not performing the work at your home, you're just storing it until you go to work tomorrow. So we don't want them on the swale overnight, things like that during the day when you're not working. We only want them to be allowed while they're performing a service or duty. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be negative on this as I said all along. But
Don't be negative, David.
you know, I just have to be, because I think this is a slippery slope if there ever was one. But the other question is, if I had a friend who had a commercial vehicle, could I let him park it in my driveway now?
Right
I think I
now,
could.
it's different.
One,
Oh, just-
you can't have two. You can't have yours and your buddies. Any further discussion for the council?
The only thing I want to add, just for the public's benefit, because I know we talked about this, we are going to kind of do a 6-month check-in. So we are going to say in 6 months, we're going to get with code enforcement, get with Barbara's team and Mr. Mendez and say, you know, hey, have we had further abuse of this? Have we had more issues of commercial vehicles parking in the swales? Are we seeing that people are taking advantage of these very strict restrictions? Because to Ms. Hatfield's questions, we very specifically define in the definition of what we are saying you can use as a commercial vehicle to park in driveways, what those specifications are. So are we seeing that people are abusing that? And for me, I can tell you, if this does end up being a slippery slope and we are starting to see more abuse, I may reverse course on this. I don't think we'll see that. I think that we'll see reasonable look, people that are violating the rules now, their vehicle may be now in compliance, but I don't think allowing this is going to mean that more people are going to start parking their boat unlawfully in their driveways. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think by doing a 6-month check-in, as council's already agreed to do, we're recognizing that it's a possibility, and if it is happening, then maybe we do need to reverse course because people aren't abiding by the rules. But I think it would be remiss of us to punish hard workers, many business owners, likely small business owners, because some people want to take advantage of a reasonable ordinance. And in my mind, this is a reasonable ordinance. So I look forward to the 6-month check-in, and I hope we don't see an abuse of this change.
Yeah, I think for me, ultimately, it comes down to, supporting trades and skilled labor and our local economy. And, are we here to say that, because you're the trades, you're not welcome here? I don't want to say that. I don't think that's fair at all. I think it's an undue burden to have to, take your work truck to a parking lot behind a storage unit that everybody says we don't want any more storage units, but that's the reason why there are so many storage units, because people have to park their vehicles there, and it's not cheap. So I don't think it's going to change the character of Palm Coast in any way. I think those people already exist. Many of them throw a tarp over their vehicles and things like that to comply with city ordinance as it is. So the question is a blue tarp over a vehicle better than just having a well-kept work vehicle in your driveway? I don't think it is.
Additionally, too, we already saw the state change the rules for HOAs. So I don't know if, I think ours are even probably a little more strict than the changed rule for the HOAs. I don't know the specifications, but I certainly didn't see this much detail in that change.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I've got a policy question, right? Because we're always trying to be fair and consistent across the board. So the backyard chickens ordinance that we're going to finalize, vote on here in December, we did a pilot program for it. So here we're passing an ordinance and doing a 6-month check-in, Why is it different?
That's just an added caveat. Didn't you suggest that we have like a 6-month check-in? The issue, the main thing is, Barbara, is proactive enforcement. And one thing that your guys will have to get their minds straight when Ms. Paulette's talk about measuring in inches. Not that hard to convert feet, inches into feet. So height and length, I think this is a good move for our residents. And there's an inordinate amount of small businesses here that are burdened. Some of those people that are being charged $300 a month for their water and city utilities, they don't have to spend that $300 to park their work van in CubeSmart. That's helping out the little guy. So that's why I'm all in favor of this, and I don't think we're overstepping ourselves by doing a 6-month check-in. That's just a follow-up.
Well, Mr. Mayor, we're being inconsistent in our policy making. And so, we do it one way for the backyards chicken with a pilot program, and we got a lot of great data from it to help inform our final decision. And here, we're passing the ordinance and doing a 6-month check-in. And so, what is it? How are we going to make policy when it comes to ordinances? I think it's something we really need to think about.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I would just say on that, though, the chicken ordinance, there's already limitations on the numbers. It's a different, I think what you're trying to do, you're doing it the correct way. I just feel that no matter how we do it, it's going to end up not coming out the way we would like it to. So, if the overall feeling on this council is that this is the way to go, I don't always want to be the negative person here, but it may be better if we make it unanimous, and then any changes will be. You can't say, well, we should have done it the other way.
We're never going to get to a unanimous decision on this subject. So
I can appreciate that effort. And to your question, Councilman Gambaro, I guess I think what you might be alluding to is why don't we do a pilot program with this? I think the difference with this and the chickens was that we saw for the chickens, what we did, and I don't think you were here at the beginning, so allow me to give you some historical context. What we did is we looked at neighboring cities, counties, how did they do it? And they did it through a pilot, many of them did it through a pilot program. So we said, Councilman Clufus actually said, well, why don't we do that first? We'll see, because we've never done anything like this in our city. Why don't we do that first and see how it works out? And us as council said, okay, sure, we can do that. So I think that's the difference. I think what we are recognizing, though, by saying we're going to do this 6-month check-in is that, hey, you know what? There could be an amount of abuse. There could be, say Barbara's team comes back and says, we've been working our tails off because people have been abusing the commercial vehicle ordinance. Well, then maybe it's something we need to readdress at this time. I think that that will hold us accountable to what we're saying up here, which is we don't think that will happen, but if it does, we're willing to address it at that time.
I'd again say the chicken thing, there's a limit on the numbers. There's no limit on this, and we don't charge people with this ordinance. There's no charge. With the chicken permits, we do charge people. I think there's no charge, right, on your commercial.
You don't have to have a permit to park your commercial vehicle, correct? Yes.
No. So, I think there is a difference.
Okay, I'm just asking the question, right, from a policy perspective and being fair and consistent on how we.
Okay.
No worries. Did we get a motion to approve? Did we already have that?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We got a motion to approve?
With the change to section 1 to state a commercial vehicle may park in the same manner as a passenger vehicle as stated above in a residential zone lot.
Got it. You good, Marcus?
Yes.
Got a second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion on the council? And we open this up to public comment.
You already did.
So we don't have to do it again? All right, we're good. Ms. Cook, call to vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
No.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
No.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item J, resolutions. Number 10, Resolution 2025, approving a budget amendment for 2024-2025 budget relating to the appropriation of funds for the Transportation Impact Fee Fund, Old Kings Road Special Assessment Fund. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, City Council, Ms. Alves is here to answer any questions regarding the budget amendment that was in your agenda packet. This is procedural, that's done each year. Helena, did you need to add anything?
Nope, that is correct.
Just give us a basic summary of what we're doing here, Helena.
So what we're doing is we are amending the impact fee transfers that occurred within the Old Kings Road Special Assessment District. We received permit payments, I want to say the second week in September, about $36,000 of different permits that are for the Old Kings Road Special Assessment that we didn't anticipate during the budget process. So it's kind of hard to determine how many permits are going to be pulled. So because it is interfund transfers, you kind of have to true it up at the end of the year.
So you estimated you had year-to-date numbers, but you didn't know in the last 3 weeks that there would be some more permits pulled. So we just got to match those numbers up.
Good deal. We got more.
That is correct.
Money.
Okay. Any discussion by the council? Can we get a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
Approve.
Got a motion to approve by Mr. Sullivan. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second by Councilman Miller. Any further discussion from the council? We'll open it up to public comment. Anyone have any public comment relating to this correction? No public comment. I'll bring it back to the dais. And I'll give it a minute. I was about to pop. I had to go. Too many cups of coffee this morning. We'll move along. She's taking too long. We have to wait? Okay. Okay, everyone twiddle your thumbs. Councilman Miller, go ahead and begin with the Jeopardy theme song. We got a motion to approve, Vice Mayor. Ms. Cook called a vote. Did you? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have any comments?
Good.
You're good? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to J11, Resolution 2025, establishing the Downtown Urban Core Tenant Improvement Grant Program.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, you directed staff through your strategic action plan, specifically in Goal 4.3, which is refine the city's incentive programs for new investors and business expansions. This is in your strong, resilient economy pillar of priorities. Mr. Zobler has a presentation. We appreciate this council setting aside funding for economic development, and we are happy to share one of those programs with you today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right,
Good morning.
John.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council members. John Zobler, Community Development Director. Our Economic Development Manager, Craig McKinney, who's also on this agenda, could not be here today as he's had a previous commitment to be invited as a panelist at a multi-county regional workforce and economic development conference held in the city of Melbourne today. I do have Virginia Smith with me, my land administrator, who's helped us with this project. And today I would like to make a brief presentation concerning the Community Development Department's request for approval of a downtown urban core tenant improvement grant. But before we begin, let's see, getting messed up here. Before we begin, I wanted to personally thank the mayor and each and every individual council member for the amount of time you've given us to explore this process. And your feedback and your policy direction really sharpens our focus and external communications and optimizes our efforts and available resources. So thank you for your generous amount of time. Since 2003, the Town Center Community Development District, the State Road 100 Community Redevelopment Board, private developers, and the City of Palm Coast have invested millions towards the development of Town Center as we see it today. Those cumulative investments have now reached a critical mass where existing and new residential density currently underway present an approachable market for commercial and retail development in the urban core. The City of Palm Coast planted its stake in Town Center by building its City Hall in downtown and recognizing the CRA promise of revitalization will one day create a rebirth area and recognizable center for our city. With the past development of Epic's 14 auditorium movie theater and the planned commercial and retail entertainment already underway or planned in the urban core, the downtown portion of the town center is quickly evolving into a destination location and an economic hub. So what you see in front of you is an economic flywheel. 20-plus years of catalytic public and private investment are creating community value. That community value will result in increased activity in town center, and specifically its downtown. The increased consumer activity will attract further private investment and create additional ad valorem and sales tax revenue, allowing the CRA to support new infrastructure and incentivize more private investment. The investment history I've just described creates the economic development flywheel. Once the circle is complete, the flywheel's momentum begins and economic development accelerates faster and faster. The city is extremely fortunate to have a community redevelopment area as one of its economic development tools. Over the years, the CRA board has wisely focused on infrastructure that improves access to downtown and adds public buildings and amenities that contribute positively to our citizens' quality of life and now make commercial development feasible. Recent examples of substantial private investments include the Promenade, DC Blocks, and Serenity Falls Miniature Golf. The Promenade and Serenity Golf complement our existing Epic Theater complex and add to the downtown's live, play, and unwind experiences. DC Blocks creates a unique employment category for the city and will encourage similar technology-based enterprises to our area. The Community Development Department is currently soliciting a market and feasibility study for a 100-room boutique hotel in downtown. This unique stay experience is becoming increasingly possible because of all the public and private investment that has been made in our downtown, Central Park, and our town center. If developed, it will further increase economic development momentum for this area. The Stage continues to host regularly scheduled live entertainment events, and more infrastructure improvements are planned for the Stage to make it an even more desirable experience. The city has not lost sight of its goal to help development of a YMCA in the urban core. Such a facility will only complement the many other outdoor healthy lifestyle amenities that already exist in downtown and in the town center. Walkability outdoor gathering spaces, restaurant entertainment, retail options are all necessary ingredients for a successful and thriving downtown. That array of required assets is beginning to unfold in our downtown. As a result of the $79 million private investment and immense impact to future CRA revenues, the promenade will provide 204 residential apartments and more than 57,000 square feet of restaurant, retail, and office space. Additionally, it will have expansive top floors with stunning views for communal and special event experiences. Its building design and expansive promenade walkway are forward-facing to the street. That energy will create more energy, and it's because it's visible to the public.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
In reference to taxes staying within the CRA, we're referring to ad valorem taxes?
Ad valorem taxes, yeah, the TIF generated, but we get the city and the county share, 95% of that stays here.
Okay. And then there's no additional fees or sales tax or anything like that within the CRA. Is that correct?
The sales tax is collected and remitted back to us by the state.
So
Yeah.
the CRA does receive a portion
Yes, it
of that?
does.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
DC Block sets the stage for the city to enter a new high-tech employment era and will also contribute greatly to CRA annual revenues because of the investment involved. Serenity Falls Miniature Golf will provide the downtown with another hospitality and experiential family fun destination. As mentioned before, economic development staff issued an RFP to conduct a market and feasibility study on adding a boutique hotel in the downtown and to pull in consumer revenues external to the city and to further complement and support the downtown developments already underway. The principal entryway to downtown is Bulldog Drive. The CRA board previously made significant investment in this gateway feature to clearly signal and attract entrance into the downtown. In the same market and feasibility study, the Community Development Department is currently seeking the highest and best development use for this approximate 7-acre city-owned property that we view as a strategic asset to the city. When developed, it will act as an attractor to the downtown and complement the many amenities that we found there. The stage is another important CRA investment that has provided thousands of our residents and visitors with special entertainment experiences. More improvements to the stage are planned, including a dedicated food truck area and roof covering for the performance stage to enhance and support those who use to perform or to display. The CRA has identified this as a key public improvement. A limited amount of grant funding has been received to begin the planning process. As more anticipated CRA revenues are generated, this important public facility will become closer to reality. Once completed, this facility will further enhance the many healthy outdoor lifestyle amenities that already exist in Town Center. So the development of downtown is now at an important phase where the viability of restaurant, retail offerings must be proven to the market. Recent restaurant and retail development on the State Road 100 has been successful, as it's demonstrated by the abundant number of new businesses that have been developed along this corridor. The market attraction to develop on State Road 100 is fostered by the high average daily vehicular counts and very high public visibility. Because of town centers and the downtown's prioritized design to be pedestrian-friendly and walkable, it does not have the vehicular or pedestrian counts necessary to compete in the same space as State Road 100. It does not enjoy high vehicular or pedestrian visibility at this stage in its early development, commercial development. A downtown urban core grant incentivizes private commercial development by offsetting startup expenses associated with build-out and lowers first entry risk into this area. This one-time financial incentive helps level the competitive playing field with the less riskier options associated with location on State Road 100 and other high-traveled areas of the city. The Economic Development Incentive Fund budget, yes. Sir, could I jump in real quick? Yeah, sure. So, but what you're saying that the incentive would go to, let's say, the tenants, not necessarily the builder or the developer or whoever it's associated with a project here in Town Center. Yeah, it would go to the tenants. The way that the grant works is that the lessor has to provide a tenant assistance build-out, and the tenant themselves have to provide 10% of the cost of the build-out. And then this grant provides a certain square footage amount based upon the type of tenant that's going to be, whether it's full-service restaurant or retail-tainment or whatever it might be. We would fill that gap up to a certain amount. Okay. So again, so if Councilman Sullivan wanted to open an Irish pub Somewhere down here, it would be, he'd pay 10% of it, and then it would go to, that business owner we're trying to attract. Not the entity building the facility or anything
Yeah,
like that.
the lessor does not receive any of the funds. It's only for the tenant. So it's not used to offset rent or operating supplies or anything else like that. Utility bills, it can't be used for that.
Okay, thank you.
Fixtures within whatever business.
Yeah, fit and finish, and there's a time commitment, right?
I'm
John?
sorry?
There's a time commitment. They have to commit to a certain amount of time in the space.
The applications will be open for several months. Yes, I'm sorry, yes, they have to commit to a 5-year lease, Mayor.
Yes. So it's fit and, Councilman, to your point, it's fit and finish, and they have to commit to staying in the facility for 5 years.
Right.
In this case, at a promenade specifically.
Well, anywhere it would,
Oh.
that promenade, but it could be anywhere in town center.
Well, just as an example, the promenade is basically fit and finish.
Thank you.
The Economic Development Incentive Fund has an approved budget of $1,343,042 for fiscal year 25-26. The fund was approved as a tool to attract and support business development in Palm Coast, as economic development is a top priority for City Council. The strategic purpose here is, number one, attract high-quality local business to the urban core, and 2, help these first-in businesses to reduce startup costs. This one-time assistance will provide them with the opportunity to redirect some of their funding to help offset other costs associated with startup and revenue stabilization. Prompt activation and continued operation of the urban core's commercial spaces would be a critical factor for evaluation as other private investors consider additional development in the downtown area. The urban core tenant grant improvement funds cannot be used to pay for or subsidize rent, utilities, payroll, inventory, or any other operating supplies. This grant is about the economic viability and sustainability of the urban core. It is not about any one particular business. The key here is to demonstrate commercial success and de-risk future investment in Palm Coast downtown. The synergy between commercial, residential, retail, and office are the necessary components for successful mixed-use developments in thriving downtowns. We do not have to look too far to find other mixed-use developments and commercial nodes that struggle or fail because they do not have this balance of synergistic uses. The following are examples of tenant improvements that an urban core commercial tenant is eligible to make application for. As an example, full-service restaurants in particular are very expensive to build out and furnish. As another example, life safety and fire suppression systems are also costly to install. If approved, the grant will become immediately available for applications meeting the qualifying criteria. For any tenant improvement grant assistance request, funding provided by the grant will only be applied after the lessor's full tenant improvement allowance and the tenant's proof of at least 10% investment in the improvement has been verified. The grant will only provide financial assistance up to the square footage rate specified in the grant for a particular tenant type. That grant amount will also not exceed the tenant improvement allowance provided by the lessor. If the remaining grant funding needed to pay for the qualified tenant improvement is less than the total eligible amount of the grant funding, the grant will only pay the lesser amount. We're asking for your approval of this grant program to keep the momentum going in our downtown urban core area. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. The council have any questions for John and the economic development?
One, I just wanted to highlight that last portion that I mentioned, that's essentially a reimbursement-based grant, right? So everything has to be done by the tenant in advance and then verified by us to receive those reimbursements rather than them receiving the money up front.
Yes, sir.
Another question I had was the square footage dollar value that we're assigning to different types of businesses. How do we determine that? Is that simply based on an estimated cost, or is there other factors that we're using there?
We looked at other models, specifically the city of Orlando, but also recognizing, as I mentioned, that full-service restaurants are much more intensive than a coffee shop kiosk or something of that nature, or a retailtainment store. Quick service restaurants are also more expensive to operate. A tap room is also
right. So it's based on cost, right? So
yes.
I would also advocate not necessarily in this iteration of this, but maybe in the future as, you know, we're getting closer to build out in the promenade, or maybe there's more facilities, mixed-use facilities opening up within town center because of further development, but identifying the type of businesses that we want and maybe potentially incentivizing those via the square footage amount to encourage certain types of businesses versus others. Not necessarily something we need to change right now because I don't have the data behind that anyways. But something that I think we should keep in mind for the future in terms of incentivizing the types that we would like.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I support this, but I've also made this fact known, and I think the staff is working on this, but it's not just a walking area here. Once you put the city hall where it is, people have to get from 100 to the city hall. And I do think Bulldog Drive and that corner there where the promenade is something, so I think we're doing traffic studies in town center to see as the traffic rate, if this is going to be successful, we're going to have to get people there. And so I think some, you know, small changes to the traffic patterns here in town center would be appropriate. And I say again, I know we want people walking, but we put the city hall here. And so that's not a walk for most people. They've got to drive to get there. And there are a lot of employees coming in to do that who are not going to live, you know, at City Hall. So, I think the staff is working on that. And I want to pursue that kind of as not part of this particular grants, but for the future success of
No, I agree, because if we're not planning it now, then it's too late already. And, you know, these lots that aren't developed yet, you know, if this goes the way we hope it goes, right, in terms of creating a momentum or a mass that draws more business to this area, they're going to start getting developed. And so once that happens, then it's too late to expand those roadways and things like that. So we do have to be thinking about that right now.
School also.
Yes.
Right. If not this, then what? Right.
Exactly.
Where do we put the money that we agree to set aside, you know, for this year? And how do we best utilize it? I think it's a good opportunity.
No, the amount of businesses that can go into this space is huge. So I think it will begin delivering right away. And then what we can do to help ensure that it is doing that and kind of creating that mass that encourages other development in the commercial space in town center that starts providing the businesses and amenities that the residents want, you know, because anytime something opens, for instance, the putt-putt golf, right? You know, there's 100 comments that are like, finally something for my kids to do, right? We still lack in other types of businesses and opportunities and even more recreational activities and things like that. So getting this going, the promenade is like the first domino that needs to fall for it to hit critical mass in this area and become a viable working downtown area. So I'm 100% behind it.
I just have a comment and a question. So first of all, I think all of us toured the promenade, and I see Frank is here. Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought you were an absolute pleasure. I can tell how excited you are about the project. I think we're all very excited about the project, so I'm looking forward to this. My question is, in section 2 of the ordinance or the resolution, it says the City Council, the City of Palm Coast hereby approves the terms and conditions of the tenant improvement program. What terms and conditions?
We have a grant application.
Okay, so that was kind of my question. Are the terms and conditions as stated in the grant application?
We have a grant funding agreement and a grant application. So it would be in the grant funding agreement.
Okay. Can we clarify that? Because I think our intent, well, I know, at least in my conversations with staff, our intent was to limit the incentives to these explicitly listed uses, which are the full-service restaurant, non-service restaurant, quick service restaurant, retail-tainment business, and tap rooms, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just a little unclear in my mind, and I think it needs to be clear. If we are approving this grant, that I don't know if it needs to say hereby approves the terms and conditions as stated in the application and funding agreement,
So, Ms. Pontieri, it does, in this resolution, it has the 3 attachments down below. It says Exhibit A, Exhibit B, and Exhibit C. Those are all included in this.
Right, no, I know, and I think it's great that we've included them, because I know previously we have not included attachments that have needed to be included, but it doesn't say that. So in other words, we're approving terms and conditions, but we have no terms and conditions. We were saying those are the terms and conditions, but my concern is that there could be a challenge for another business that says, hey, I want to apply, and we haven't explicitly stated that in the resolution that these are the terms and conditions.
So you want it in there that it specifically says that it approves the funding agreement?
Well, I think if you even say approves the terms and conditions as stated in the exhibit, you could, to Councilman Miller's point.
Okay. And this is just a resolution, so that's an easy fix. It wouldn't have to come back.
Just to be very clear. Otherwise, no, I think it's great, and I appreciate the work that you've done. And I think the developer came in, I think I met with him, and I appreciate him coming in and being open-minded about this as well.
Okay. Mr. Mendola and Mr. Glatzel are here as 2 principals from the Promenade Project, but I do want to say also that the Serenity Golf can also apply for this grant. They're going to have kitchen facilities also in that facility. So if they get going and get started, the grants will remain open until August 15th. All payments are due by September 30th. So if they start moving dirt and they want to apply, they can apply also.
The promenade is massive, Frank. It's massive. That is a huge building.
Great project.
Probably like the Pentagon in construction, too. That's a solid building. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution.
We got a second. Any further discussion by the council?
Sorry, I'm just going to step in here. Can we make an amendment to that with Ms. Pontieri's change?
Okay. I withdraw my motion, and I make a new motion to approve the resolution with the Vice Mayor's express changes.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Exhibits. Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Chantel.
Chantal Pröninger. Okay, I did not hear it in the presentation, but I read it on the documents that it includes newly constructed vacant retails, such as restaurant or retailtainment. And I thought to myself, I've never heard about brand new vacant businesses needing upgrade at taxpayers' expense, because a grant, I've never seen a tree with grants on it. It comes from somewhere. Some people have to put the money in the grant, and it comes from the taxpayers. So what is it? What are we dealing with? Businesses that were so poorly advertised or managed that they failed, or the city didn't make the right checkup on the codes, and they were not able to function. What is it? Why are we doing that? Brand new vacant businesses doesn't make any sense. I understand for the others, maybe there's something functional that really needs to be dealt with, but brand new, come on, can do better.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte, I understand that the new businesses that are coming in are coming into a complete vacant space. So they're actually coming in and investing in the build out to create that space to what it's going to be in the future. So it's expensive to set up a restaurant or something, kitchens. So to answer her question, if those people leave in 5 years, they're not taking their air conditioning units and everything with them that they invest in. So that's, I believe, the reimbursement that they're offering through this grant. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Chantel, it's economic incentives. It's incentivizing people, existing businesses, to maybe relocate to the promenade and expand their business. It's just economic incentive is what it is from the city to help our city's economic condition.
So, and I was going to add to what the mayor was saying. So, for instance, a business that wants to expand, they have a successful business in one location, they're looking for a second location. We want them to choose us, right? So they generate, one, so they provide the services that residents want, but also so they can so they can generate further revenue, right, long-term and jobs and things like that. So we're incentivizing one time for them to get in here and stay for quite a while and do those things for our city. So the math on it works out to where the residents will get a lot more out of it than what that initial grant will be in the long term because of those taxes that'll come back to the city, back to the CRA in the short term, which would then essentially help build more stuff in this area that creates it or grows. But then in the long term, it'll contribute to essentially the general fund and some of the sales tax that we receive and things like that.
Any further discussion by council? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 12, resolution approving the CDBG Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for the program year October 1, 24 to September 30th, 2025.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Just as a reminder, lunch is ready for you in the waterfront room if you wanted to take a break. Bobby got it all set up for you. Jose and Miss Jackie are here to present the next several items as part of our annual processes. Thank you.
Would the council prefer to take a break till like 12:30 and come back in and finish this up? You hungry? You're hungry. Okay, we'll adjourn. We'll adjourn. Is 12:30 good for everyone? All right, we're adjourned till 12:30, and we'll come back and finish up, Mr. Papa. Mr. Papa. Here comes Mr. Sullivan. He'll be here in a second. So you can go right ahead, Mr. Papa.
Yes, sir.
And Jackie. Hey, Jackie, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. For the Community Development Department, I'm Jose Papa, Senior Planner, and to my right is Ms. Jacqueline Gonzalez, our Site Development Coordinator 1. And here we are here to provide you with the annual report for CDBG. This report will provide you a history and background quickly of the CDBG program and provide you with an annual report, which is basically a statement of the things that we accomplished in the previous fiscal year, and briefly go over the next steps. So again, and some of you I know have already seen the background and intro to this, so I will not belabor it, but this is a block grant that the city receives on an annual basis. It's from the federal government through HUD. Activities that are funded with CDBG must meet one of the following national objectives of the program. It benefits low and moderate income area or persons. It's there to prevent or eliminate slum or blight, or to address an urgent community development need that is in times of emergency, such as during a natural disaster. CDBG funds can be used in the recovery. Some examples of projects and programs that have been funded with CDBG: housing-related activities, whether it's for home ownership or rehabilitation of an existing unit, public services, but it's limited to 15% of the grant allocation, economic development, infrastructure improvements within a qualified area or LMI census tract, and CDBG does allow for 20%, up to 20% of the allocation to be used for general planning, administration, and monitoring of the program. Since 2012, the city has basically followed the following list of activities. We've funded infrastructure projects in a low, moderate income area. We provided financial assistance for home repair and for purchase and for a first-time home buyer program. We provided stipends to assist students to attend summer camp, and we have a mini grant program for nonprofits, which they use then to carry out the activity or the service that they provide, and we'll get to more details of that as we go through the presentation. So one of the required documents as a participant in the CDBG program is what's called a Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. Again, basically this is the end of year report, and it's due 90 days after the end of the fiscal year. And the end of fiscal year is September 30th, so this needs to be submitted to HUD by December 29th. Again, so for this annual report, we're going to cover the periods from October 1st, 2024 to September 30, 2025. And this period will cover all the reimbursements that we seek to or sent to HUD for our reimbursement after funding the activity. This report provides also an update on the city's progress in implementing CDBG programs and the activities identified in the consolidated and annual action plan. And if you remember, the annual action plan comes to City Council typically around August, and that is a document that outlines how we're going to use that year's allocation of funds for what activities and to what amount. So going through the different activities that the city funded in the past year, our biggest activity is the housing rehab program, where we provided assistance to 13 different single-family units. 5 were started in the previous fiscal year and completed in this year. We started 8 homes this year, 6 have been completed, and 2 are under the final stages of completion, and that totaled about $538,000 of assistance. The first-time home buyers program, we were able to assist 4 households to purchase a new home with an expenditure of about $55,000. And those 4 households, it's not divided equally among the 4. The range of assistance could go anywhere from $10,000 to $35,000. As a public service activity, we provided stipends for summer camp in 2025. 80 students were able to receive some financial assistance to attend our summer camp. And so with that, financial assistance is only provided, of course, for the weeks that a student might attend camp. If they only attend camp for 1 week, then they receive assistance for that 1 week. If a student attends the 10 weeks of camp, I believe it's 10 weeks, then they receive the full 10 weeks of assistance for that summer camp.
So the average out is like $448 per kid?
No, sir. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you say 420?
Well, I did the simple math.
Yeah.
30, just the total amount divided
About
by
400.
80
Yes,
kids.
sir. Yes, sir.
So
That's
four,
right.
a little,
Yes,
four,
sir.
400 and a half, okay.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
There is a requirement of the families to contribute a certain percentage as well, just so that we know that they're coming and they're validating that spot.
It's a highly sought after spot, so. I was refreshing the screen continuously.
Didn't make the cut?
Our summer camp is very popular. If you don't sign up the day that it goes out, you don't get a spot. I didn't get a spot.
Well, camps are expensive. I think we sent Christian to surf camp and lifeguard camp, and it wasn't cheap.
The city summer camp is a great value, let me put it that way. For what it costs, they get a lot out of it, so. It's a great benefit for CBDG to provide as well.
Another public service activity we have is through the grant program for nonprofits. And this past year, our recipients, the grantees, were able to assist 77 individual or households for a total of about $83,000. The two grantees that we have include the Family Life Center, whose main mission or use of these funds are to assist domestic violence victims through either emergency or relocation services. And Flagler Cares is the other recipient, and they provide emergency rent and utility assistance to a recipient of the CDBG. And the amount that they get from CDBG, of course, is just a small amount of what they allocate for these types of assistance.
So that $85,000 was allocated between those two organizations?
Yes, sir.
Totally.
That's correct.
Totally.
Yes, sir. Another activity is the administration and the monitoring of the housing programs. I just called this out as an individual activity. And with the housing program, the administration monitoring ranges from the beginning, which is once a home is qualified and a homeowner is qualified to receive assistance, we would need to do a scope of work as to what type of work will qualify for CDBG funds, whether it's a new roof, a new AC, or a new water heater. We have the assistance of a grant consultant who's very familiar with CDBG rules and is also a qualified housing inspector who will write the scope of work for the city. And once they write the scope of work for the city during the construction or the work that's being done on that home, they will monitor and basically supervise to make sure that the work is being done to standards, and that's on top of the city inspections that go along with any permit that's issued by the city. And that is about $27,000. And finally, for general planning administration monitoring the CDBG program, these activities include things like income qualification activities, staff time, the ads for public meetings, and public outreach, and that totals about $40,000. So adding all that up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Papa.
Yes, sir.
Go back one slide. So, one more slide. So you're saying that 27,000 is us paying money to outside people?
Yes, sir.
And the next slide is money that's in-house?
Yes, sir, for the most part. That's, for the general planning activities. Of
Like
the program.
Jackie, making sure Jackie
yes,
gets
sir.
paid.
For Jackie, myself, and our I can't remember her
Resident
title,
staff.
but the one who processes the invoices, yes, sir,
Okay.
for payment.
Staff time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And again, just for the activities allocated for CDBG. And just to be clear again, we do not get paid extra just for doing CDBG work.
I was going to joke about it, but I just let it go.
I had just
It's just in one pot to another, that's all
Yes,
it
sir,
is.
yes, sir. And I just say that tongue in cheek.
one question on the money. In my experience, the 780,000, in other words, that's what we actually spent in the previous year over the 24-25. Is that, at the beginning of the year, did somebody say you've got $780,285? Or do they say you have up to $1 million? And so how does that work?
Sure.
How do you know how much you're going to be able to use?
So just briefly, every year, the city receives a block amount, typically between 450 and 500,000. When we do the annual action plan, which is presented to council in August, if we receive 500,000, I'll just go through this as an example. If we have 500,000 for that federal fiscal year, through the assistance of our Citizens Advisory Task Force, which is your advisory board for CDBG, they will make a recommendation. They might say 300 grand for housing rehab, 100 grand for first-time home buyer. We're going to allocate the full 15% of that 500,000, that's $75,000 for public service. And then based on that, my balance is 25,000. Then maybe they'll say 25,000 for admin, general administration. That money is available even if we don't spend it within that fiscal year. It stays in the pot or in the account we have with HUD. But it must remain, since we've made, we'll have public hearings on how we're going to spend that money. The amount that we don't spend for a particular activity must continue to be dedicated and spent for that particular activity. So the 700,000 that you're seeing this year would include probably 2 or 3 years of allocation.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And that's because, as you saw, we'll start a home this year, but we just cannot guarantee that we will finish that home within this fiscal year.
So you can use the money more than 1 year?
Yes, sir. Yes. It's available really for 7 years before the federal government takes it back.
It rolls over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I guess the way.
So, question to that regard, since it's typically between 450 and 500, and we're spending obviously, what is it, 700 something? What do we have in these balances currently?
Not much.
Okay.
I believe we just have the last year's, for the most part, the bulk of the money that's remaining is from this federal fiscal year 2024 allocation.
Okay.
Of course, we're awaiting the federal fiscal year 2025 allocation, which would add another about $480,000.
Okay.
And that's just delayed due to.
Right, but so we're kind of catching up with what our annual allocation is.
Yes, and we're always on top of it. The CDBG rules is that we cannot have more than 1.5% of the last year's allocation sitting in our account.
1.5%?
1.5%, right. So if we receive
Okay, so that's not much at all.
No, so if it's 480,000 this year, we cannot have more than 720,000 in our IDAS account. That's the accounting system that HUD has. By July, at the end of July of that.
Oh,
of that year.
150%.
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, 1.5, yes. I said 1.5%.
Yeah, I was like,
I apologize, yeah. Yes.
That's $3 million.
It's 100, what, 1.5 times.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And so with that, as the total here is about, we were able to provide close to $780,000 in assistance to our residents and qualified recipients. Citizens Advisory Task Force held a public hearing November 13th and voted to approve the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. The document is currently posted on our website for a 15-day public comment period, which ends November 28th. We're here at the public hearing, and as I mentioned previously, it allows us to submit this document before December 29th, which would be the 90th day after the end of the fiscal. And Jackie, who is our housing program manager, and I are available to answer any additional questions.
Do we have any questions from the council? Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just wanted to thank Jackie, Mr. Papa, and Deborah, who's here as well, for all the hard work you guys do on the Affordable Housing Committee. It's really been a joy to serve with you all on that committee, because it's tackling an issue that's just not just affecting those of us that live here in Flagler County and the city of Palm Coast, but nationwide. And as we look towards positive solutions to make housing affordable for our residents, it's critically important. $780,000, benefit to our community. That's not small money, and so just really appreciate it. And as we go through these other resolutions, just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work that you do.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? With that, we'll open this up for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the block grant? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion from the council? We need a motion to approve.
Move approval of the resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Got a motion
Second.
to approve, got a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. And you guys going to be hanging out for this one, too? Resolution number 13, Resolution 2025 Amendment to the Interlocal Agreement between Flagler County and the City of Palm Coast regarding the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program. He's offering you a seat. You might want to take it. Yes, ma'am, Miss Jackie.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. I'm Jackie Gonzalez with the Community Development Department, Site Development Coordinator, and this is Deborah. She's with the County Emergency Management Services, Health and Human Services. She is the SHIP Administrator, and we're here to talk about our interlocal agreement. Currently, we're going through the interlocal agreement. Florida State Statute 42905 ensures that cities get their pro rata share of county allocation with the interlocal agreement. So it's state mandated that we have an interlocal agreement. Our first interlocal agreement with the county for our SHIP funds was in March 26th of 2009. Basically, you will be hearing before you, they're gonna bring the SHIP funding report to the meeting on December 9th. But basically, SHIP allocation, there's funds before the county and the city that are being currently administered through this local agreement that actually we created an AHAC, which is our Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. They're the ones that actually strategize and give us incentives, which those will also be brought forward to you guys in the future, probably by December 9th as well. And they talk about how we promote the affordable housing in Palm Coast and in Flagler County for very low and moderate income households. So in 2009, demographics changed, and over 75% of the population in Flagler County is comprised of the city residents. This means that we need to focus more on the city planning and involvement in our AHAC committee and our affordable housing here. So the current agreement lacked more city initiative for us to be able to interact and be able to spend the funds that were available through SHIP. So basically, some of the changes that we amended to this interlocal agreement defines between the LHAP amendments, the city requiring a city and county to adopt certain programs, empowers us to implement funding strategies without requiring coming back to the city council for action on certain items, requires dual adoption for incentive strategies. We restructured AHAT to reflect the county involvement. So now 1/3 of the appointees are county appointed and 2/3 of the appointees to this committee are elected by the city council. And city will designate a point of contact, and the county will continue to provide that service to SHIP and act as our liaison with the SHIP funding. And then we require that, and it wasn't written in the previous interlocal agreement, that the AHAC members who are citizens of the city of Palm Coast are now actually members of our Citizens Advisory Task Force for our community block grant program, so that needed to be added to the interlocal agreement. And planning staff recommend that city council approve the interlocal agreement proposed here. If you guys got any questions at this time about it.
Any questions from the council? Vice Mayor, what you got?
Jackie, can you provide an example when you say empowers the county to implement funded strategies without requiring repeat city council action?
Well, like when we update our LHAP, you guys will review it, but it gives them the ability to approve certain structures under that LHAP, certain prop. And Deborah maybe can speak a little bit more on it better than I can as far as the certain items that you guys don't have to look at.
Hi, I'm Deborah Paradowski with Flagler County Housing Services. One of the main issues that we did see is that amendments would be material changes to a strategy in the LHAP, and those usually require board or council approval by statute. But revisions are things that would maybe update the award amounts of a standing strategy, and those are things that typically don't require board or council approval by the state, and they are usually administratively approved. And one of the reasons for that would be, for example, updating the disaster assistance strategy. We want to be able to move more quickly in order to make those revisions versus amendments.
Okay, do we have a definition or an understanding of what a revision versus an amendment is?
Yes, an amendment would be an addition or subtraction of an actual funded strategy that's designed in the LHAP, and a revision is updating a current strategy. So if we were to put a rental development strategy in there, for example, that would be an amendment requiring the elected officials to approve it. But a revision would be to our purchase assistance. We already have that strategy and we say, ooh, the housing market changed and our award is far too high, so we want to reduce that a little bit. So that would be a revision.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I can jump in, it says here that a revision refers to technical or administrative updates that do not materially alter intent of the strategy. Such updates as income limits, maximum awards, dates, or terminology to align within regulatory operational guidance. I think you were looking for the specifics, right? Okay, yeah.
Any further questions from the council? Any comments? I will open this for public comment. Anyone have any public comment concerning the interlocal agreement? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups? We get a motion.
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution.
Got a motion to approve?
Second.
Got a second from Mr. Sullivan. Ms. Cook, please call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on to item 14, Resolution 2025, amending policy relating to the Community Development Block Grant Purchase Assistant Program for first-time homebuyers. Ms. Jackie.
Hello, once again, I'm here with Jose Papa to present to you updates and changes that was recommendations from our Citizens Advisory Task Force to how to better expend the funds that were for our first-time homebuyers programs. They put us into some challenges wanting to make sure that we can expand and try to increase the spending. Since we allocate every year $100,000 to the program, but roughly we only spent about 55 of that. So we tried to, they gave me the ability to try to create some more eligibility for this program. We actually enacted our first-time homebuyers program in 2021. So this is the first update that we've made to the program since it was established. And we're trying, like I say, to use the increased funds. The maximum award amount that qualifies for down payment and closing cost assistance is $35,000. Program is growing, but we noticed that most of the applicants or recipients of the program are just Habitat for Humanity applicants, and we need to kind of broaden that description a little bit and be able to offer more assistance in different forms. So the first thing that happened, staff renamed the program, spoke with HUD. HUD suggested that we change it from a first-time homebuyers program to a purchase assistance program. This gives us the ability to start creating different programs other than just first-time homebuyers programs that we can use funding towards that may assist people in different situations. So we did change it. In addition was the inheritance clause. We also updated the first-time home buyers program down payment and closing cost assistance. We added 2 new programs. One of them is a mortgage interest rate buy-down, point buy-down program, and also the mortgage subsidy program. The inheritance clause basically says that anybody that inherits a home, regardless of the ownership, is no longer qualified as a first-time home buyer. We actually had 3 applications this year that came in where people actually used their inherited property as rental income, but they actually owned property within areas surrounding the cities such as Volusia County, St. Pete, and Tampa. It went to CATF for review, and they made a determination that they did not want to allow those individuals to participate because they did previously own a property here that they could live in. So the inheritance clause was added to make sure that we established what CAT was looking for as regarding first-time home buyers.
I have a question for you.
Mhm.
In regards to that, how are we vetting, people in terms of, do they have a home somewhere else? How do we do that?
Basically, we have a third-party verification that goes and they run reports, and so they can pull any deeds or any warranty deeds or any type of programs throughout the state of Florida or out of the state. They actually do a search by social security and birth date on if there's any properties that were homesteaded in the individual's name.
Okay. Yeah, I could imagine that, there's potential for some bad actors to try to use this system to get some free cash, essentially.
Yes. Then the second thing is down payment and closing cost assistance. HUD was reviewing our terms, and they asked us to change the award descriptions to be more consistent with what they were doing. We were categorizing 30% as low, very low was 30%, 50% was low, and then we had moderate as 80%. That doesn't line up with HUD's verification, so we removed the terms low, moderate, and very low to just show the percentages, so that way we were consistent with HUD. Because under HUD guidelines, their moderate is 120%. We clarified the assistance and the selection criteria to make sure that everybody fully understood how the program selected the individuals and what assistance was available to them throughout the program. Then the new programs that I worked with HUD to get created, we're doing a mortgage interest rate point buy-down program. This is more directed to some of our moderate and low-income borrowers who don't need down payment and closing costs. We see that a lot of the new home builders are providing closing costs and down payment assistance, and they have percentages that they can only use a certain amount of that as down payment and closing costs. So another way that we can help our applicants is by creating this interest rate program. So for each 1% of the loan amount, in return, the lender can buy down the interest rate by 0.25 points. So a quarter of a point for 1%. We also made a determination that we would only accept conventional FHA, VA, and 30-year, 15-year fixed mortgage rates. We do not want any adjustable rate mortgages or subprime mortgages. And then the point buy-down option for CDBG funds cannot be used in conjunction with any of the other programs that we're establishing. So we wouldn't be considering double dipping into the same funding pot for this program. So basically, we're gonna allow applicants to buy up to 4 points of the loan amount to reduce the interest rate by 1 full percentage point with a maximum cap of $10,000 per applicant at a 10-year non-amortized 0% interest rate forgivable loan. So this way, if they have a 6% interest rate, they can buy it down to a 5%, which actually promotes long-term affordability over the long run of the life of the loan. The second program that we created with HUD was a mortgage subsidy program. This allows people, for the same reason that they don't need the down payment or the direct cash, but we can actually provide them a subsidy on the mortgage to actually buy down the mortgage rate. So instead of the loan amount being $90,000, it can actually be bought down to $80,000 if necessary, or $250,000, depending on the amount. But we're going to make sure that this mortgage loan does not exceed $300,000. Under HUD guidelines, $300,000 is what they call affordable housing here in our area, in the city of Palm Coast. So we based our numbers on that, and the percentages of the AMI are based on very low income, which is 30% at 7%. 50% AMI is 5%, and then 80% AMI would be 3%. So at the 30% AMI, at 7% of $300,000, it's a little roughly over $21,000 that they can buy that mortgage down to make that mortgage about $289 or $279 for the applicant who's trying to purchase a home for the first time in the city of Palm Coast. So I'm kind of excited about the last two programs because it's now giving options to our low and moderate income buyers, making the money kind of expand a little bit more, and maybe hopefully being able to expend that allocated funding every year to this program. So Citizens Advisory Task Force reviewed this, and they recommended that Resolution 2025, amending the policy related to the Community Development Block Grant Purchase Assistance Program, be approved. You guys have any questions for me?
Jackie D, are we helping people get out of rentals and getting into homes?
Yes, sir.
Is it successful, and is it a positive story for the city that, you know, that they transition out of an apartment renting into their own home with our assistance? See any backslides, or have people pretty much, that's been their dream to have their own home? Are we getting a return on our investment?
We are getting a return on our investment, but I felt that there was another gap between the first-time home buyers program and getting the assistance to the citizens. So recently, we've started what we called a empowerment workshop that we offer free to the public on the third Saturdays of every month. And we actually help guide these people with free credit counseling, free budget counseling. We talk about topics like how to rescue your home out of foreclosure, what it actually takes to be maintenance-free, where you buy this new home and you're not expecting these expenses. The whole point is to offer these services free to them so they can schedule hourly appointments after 11 o'clock. We teach a class on Saturday morning here at the Southern Recreation Center. And this Saturday, we had our biggest turnout. There were 27 applicants that showed up. And we had 5 appointments after the meeting. So I say that there's a need out there, and that the more people learn about it, especially our seniors, the more interested there are in the program. We're getting more applications from it.
Great. You're doing God's work, young lady. Yes, sir.
Just, and thanks for all the work and, you know, redesigning the programs to you know, adjust towards the needs of our residents. What else as a council can we do to help get the word out with these fantastic programs?
If you're on your radio shows or doing podcasts or just mentioning it to people, I'm finding that I've been doing a lot of public speaking here for the city on behalf, and a lot of the seniors are saying they don't know about the rehab program, which is the biggest portion of our funding that we offer to them. And a lot of them say, I just put a roof on my house, do I qualify? And we go through the numbers with them, and they would have qualified for the program. That was $30,000 in debt that they got that they did not need to have if they would have just came through or heard about the program. So the more that we can push it through, we've been doing it through social media, trying to get the word out. But a lot of the social organizations, they just need assistance in hearing about the program.
Okay. I haven't checked, but I heard that it's on Palm Coast Connect, so we will proportion out that way. I'm thinking realtor organizations. I mean, $35,000 dollars on a $300,000 home. I mean, that's half your down payment, when you get in the door. So it's just a tremendous, tremendous opportunity for folks to be able to have a piece of the American dream. So thank you.
Do major realtors ever invite you to come in and speak to people?
No, I've
Jackie?
been trying to approach them and get them to let me come and talk and tell them about our programs. Actually, me and my HUD credit counselors, we came up with an idea of maybe starting to, at our affordable housing fair that's coming up in April, we're going to actually offer a housing forum this year where the public can come in and tell us what their needs are for this housing program that we have through SHIP and through the CDBG. But we're also going to offer a class for our local mortgage people, our realtors, as well as some of our builders to come in and learn about these programs and how we can best fit them into our program schedule. I've been working with a couple of banks already here that we can, like I say, we have some awesome things that we can do to help the citizens in a lot of ways. So that's my goal for the housing fair this year. And then in October of 2026, we're planning on doing a community-wide housing forum to discuss the housing issues in Palm Coast.
And a lot of people don't understand, financing a house and all that. Like our first house here, I had an arm. I had to get into an arm because of my credit score. But then I deployed to Iraq, and as soon as I got back on leave, I changed it. I went to a 30-year mortgage, and I think a few years ago, my first house, I refinanced it and cut 2 years off the mortgage because of the way the interest rates were working. So if we can get it out to the community, push as hard as you can, and we'll certainly help you with the people that we know in the community. I know the builders don't like us too much, but the realtors, yes.
Yeah. Just one comment, and that is I'm really thrilled to see how this program is working right now. I had a terrible experience when I was chairman of the board at the county here. It was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, one Friday afternoon. The person came in to me and said, sign this paper right away, because if you don't sign it, we're going to have to send a couple $100,000 back. And if we don't send it back today and you sign this, they're not going to give us any money next year. This was the same CBDG SHIP program. It was a real disaster with the people who, we had lost an employee and nobody was really tracking the information. So thank you very much for what you're doing now. The program is light years ahead of what it was back then. But that was one of my worst days as chairman. You never want to give back money and only have 10 minutes to make the signature. So thank you very much for what you're doing.
Yes, Vice Mayor, did you have something?
Just really quickly, wanted to thank you both for the work that you've done. I just think that making home ownership, to your point, Mayor and Councilman Gambaro, is so important. We really do want to create generational wealth in our community. So thank you for what you continue to do. The one question I had, and I think I've asked this a couple times from the dais, is do we have any way to track what we are considering affordable housing actually in our community? And I know that's not really related to this here today, but kind of still in your sphere there, because when we're looking at inventory, things of that nature, I think it's important that we remain aware of what is available in our community, particularly as we're connecting that with economic development, making sure we have workforce, et cetera. So if at some point we can just get kind of an inventory update, what does that look like right now, both ownership and rental? Because not everybody can immediately own a home, obviously, we know that. We want people to, right? But that's the goal, but some people don't want to, and it's not always available. So I would still like that inventory. I've never seen that inventory. What is considered affordable housing? We know that's kind of a nebulous term as well. So legally, what do we have in our community that is considered affordable housing?
Jackie can define that. Jackie, tell her what affordable housing is, what affordable housing is.
Well, as you can see, our affordable housing rate is high because our community census, when it comes back from HUD, it was $300,000. I mean, the average median income in Palm Coast is $93,000. So our community housing, what we're working on, me and Devery, and I have to give credit to Devery with the SHIP program because we've work together and we have a better joint county-city partnership now where we've learned how to stack funds to help people get available housing. But we're actually applying for a grant through the SHIP program to help us work on creating a community land trust, and also help us reword some of our LHAP wordings that will help us actually start creating an affordable housing inventory. Right now, we do have these 10-year loans, but nothing keeps them after they're satisfied as affordable housing. So we may get someone into a first-time home buyer program. Unfortunately, in 10 years after the loan is satisfied, they can sell that house at market rate. So we're working with our local Florida Housing Coalition to create wording, and Devery has taken the lead. We kind of alternate on who's going to create something different, and then we go 2 or 3 years and work the program that way. So this year, she actually created a shared proportionate land use, and you guys will hear about it in her annual report. But starting this fiscal year, they will be doing a shared proportion where the county can give almost up to $70,000 in down payment assistance, but there's a 25-year shared proportionate lien on that property to keep that property affordable as affordable housing, and not it go back into the general inventory and become market rate housing again at that point.
Well, I'm grateful for that coalition that you all have created. Thank you for that. And then just the last thing, if you all could just email us maybe a little blurb of a description of these two programs, so that when we are on radio shows or doing, I know some of us are going to be doing forums pretty soon here, we can, educate the community and push this type of information out so that people know, particularly our elderly. I know just so many people who have mold and roof issues and they can't afford to fix it because they're on Social Security. We need to help those folks as much as we can. So the more information you can arm us with, the better.
Not a problem. I'll send that out to you guys. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, real quick, just to answer your question, the survey actually came up at our last AHAC meeting as something that needed to be done. And so the AHAC has also looked at ways how we can get that inventory, because I think it's important. And what we as a council have approved, rezoning of Habitat for Humanity lots and things of that nature, but it's got to be more than just that. And then, those specific examples. And, we've got some builders and developers on the AHAC that are actually trying to figure out how to build something that's affordable but still it's within our code. And so there's a lot of good work going on there right now to where I think the community as a whole is just focused on trying to find out what it fits. And what's really interesting, if we can have something that we can visualize, this is what an affordable housing looks like. The other thing we don't want to do is put them all in one area. It needs to be, compatible with the rest of, our community and amongst the rest of our community as well. So a lot of great work going on there, but the survey specifically was something that was brought up, and we're looking at ways to do that because it needs to be done.
Councilman Miller, you had something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I just had a quick question, because at the beginning we were talking about noticing gaps and trying to shift some of the programs so that we can expend our funds. Are we having problems expending our funds, or is it more just trying to diversify this in a way that, for instance, of that 700,538 are one program? Are we just trying to diversify how we're dispersing these funds, or do we have leftover funds that we're not using?
No, we don't have leftover funds that we're not using. It's just the first-time home buyers program, being that it's so new and it's allocated $100,000 to not hit that mark every year since 2021, it's kind of like we need to sit down and see where we can actually hit that program mark and make sure we spend that $100,000 every year.
Okay, so just broadening the criteria a little bit so that we can utilize those funds.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry, just really, broadening the criteria and broadening the way that we can distribute the funds for assistance, where we're going, as Jackie presented, it's just, we're going to go beyond just here's the down payment assistance, or here's a closing cost assistance. Here's an opportunity to buy down your mortgage,
et cetera.
Or here's an opportunity to actually buy down your principal. And that's really what we're trying to get.
And the other question I had, and this is just informational stuff, talking about the liens that require, 10-year liens or whatever the case may be, and trying to get to the points where they can be 25 so they retain an affordable housing. How is that enforced in terms of, say someone has a assistance for affordable housing, right? And they're 6 years in, and something life-changing happens. I've got to move, right? I can't live here anymore for one reason or another. So I've got to sell this home. How does it retain into the affordable housing inventory?
Well,
The restrictions on sale, or?
there's a restriction on sale as far as the program Deborah's working on. It's going to be a restriction on sale that they can only sell to a person that's in that low to moderate income range as they were. And then on our end, it's 100% recapture. So that means that if you have to sell within the time frame of the 10 years, because the maximum on ours is 10 years, would be you would recapture 100%, which goes back into program funding to help someone else.
Okay, so both of those conditions would apply.
On Deborah's program, yes. On our program, we don't have a shared equity yet at this time.
Okay, so right now, for our program, they could sell after 5 years, keep the equity, not repay us at all, and...
Well, no, they would have to repay us at
Repay us?
100%
Okay.
if they sell in 5 years.
Okay, they just don't have to sell to someone that would also qualify for the program.
Correct,
The city would get back its funds.
Yeah.
correct. And then we redistribute those funds.
We
to
do it
the
again,
program.
yeah. Okay. I think that answers all of my questions. Thank you so much for all you guys do and the work you do to, do that, find the American dream for some people. Unfortunately, it costs more to rent than it does to own a home. So getting someone over that hump of qualifying for the loan or whatever the case may be, to get into that home is also doing them a long-term service as far as their month-to-month finances as well.
Thank you. Anything else from the council? Can we get a motion to approve?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution amending a policy relating to the Community Development Block Grant Purchase Assistance Program.
First-time buyers home. Got a second? Any more discussion for the council? Public comment? Anyone have any public comments? See no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Cook, call to vote, please.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're moving on to thank you so much, Mr. Papa and Jackie. We're moving on to the consent agenda. We got 6 items on the consent agenda. Anyone have any issues, concerns, or?
I just had a couple questions about the service orders for the fiber, at the fire station. I don't know who can answer, whether it's Doug or Chief or...
Doug, can you please
Probably
answer
Doug.
Councilmember Miller's question?
All the other ones are piggybacks and a master price agreement, so I don't have any questions on those. Just looking through, I saw some stuff at the stage, and I'm assuming that's kind of the routing has a node back here from those locations down South Seminole, Seminole Woods Boulevard, but I wasn't sure. I just was wondering why there's kind of like an upgrade or something happening at the stage as part of this.
Oh, yes, that's part of the connecting down to Seminole Woods. Some of the connections that need to be changed there.
Okay,
In front of the,
so it's just part of the transmission back to here.
yeah, back to here to Seminole Woods area, correct?
Okay, and all this is budgeted, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, any other questions on the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda.
Got a motion to approve? Got a second?
Second.
Got a second? We'll open this up. Consent agenda items for the public. Yes, sir. Mr. Amaral.
Good afternoon, Tony Amaral. It's number 17 on the agenda. I don't know what it is on the consent, but it's the resolution for piggybacking the Board of County Commissioners, Nassau, with the mapping. Number 1, the quote was only valid for 20 days. I'm assuming that was from November 4th, which means we have 7 days. So will that be, or 6 days, will that be able to be enacted in that time, or can we expect to have maybe some changes? It does also say that we are going to remap basically all of our roads. We have done mapping recently. That's what converted us from resurfacing to microsurfacing based on studies we did, I believe, within the last 2 years. So can we try, I know it's not in the grand scheme of things a lot, but do we really need to redo all the roads in Palm Coast? We just got done microsurfacing, I forgot,
22 miles.
22 miles. I think we did 2 years ago, we did some other miles. I mean, it's just something that I just thought we can maybe narrow down and kind of figure out what we do need. I don't think we need to map out those current 22 plus. I mean, they're 2 years old. They should be holding up pretty well. Just an idea. Thank you.
You got any follow-up for that? Any more public comment? Seeing nobody
Yes,
come
Mayor,
forward.
I can help with that. Actually, this would be the third time that we're scanning the roads. We conducted the first study back in 2017, and that was our benchmark of our base data. It's important to scan the roads every couple of years to determine their PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, and then to see if the methods are working for what council has appropriated for funding for the pavement management program, whether it is milling and resurfacing or microsurfacing. There are lots of roads, residential roads, that still have not been microsurfaced. I mean, we have 1,200 lane miles of roadway. Council has done an excellent job of putting funding towards our arterial collectors, but many of our residential roads do not have appropriate funding in our pavement management plan. Did I get it, Carl? Did I miss anything? He's taught me very well.
He's going to add to, not take away.
Yeah, exactly. No, very good job. It was in 2021, it was the last scan, so it was 4 years ago. So this would be the third scan. And they use metrics, because they do a lot in Florida. They're a nationwide company. But they use those metrics based on, all the other scans that they do based on the degradation of the roadways, having our city-specific degradation and even road-by-road degradation, because the roads are all constructed differently. We have some roads, Matanzas failed quickly. We did a lot of deep milling because there was sand under there. They didn't have the lime rock base or, other types of proper base material. So having those scans done consistently provide better metrics for us in terms of how quickly they're going to degrade or how long they're going to last. And part of what we've tasked the consultant this go around is to say, how many global treatment roads do we even have left in the city that qualify? Because we're getting to the point where we're going to have to mill and resurface because global treatment won't be an option anymore at some point. So we're trying to set up that long-range plan, identify what do we have coming up in the pipeline. So that's just added to what's provided to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? We've got a motion to approve. We got a second. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? You're good to go, Ms. Cook? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our last public participation for this afternoon. Anyone? Yes, ma'am, Miss Jeannie Duarte. Is that French?
It's Portuguese,
Okay.
but my maiden name is French. Dupuy is French. Okay, so earlier in the discussions, it was apparent that three of you on the panel, on the dais here, were okay with Ty Miller being a vice mayor. And we literally witnessed today two of you overriding that. And so ultimately now, Teresa Pontieri is our new vice mayor. She's been on these committees for the duration of this year, this past year. I would like to see her step away because we need fresh eyes on these committees, and I'd like to see her stop overstepping the mayor because she's getting ready to leave, as well as two of you other councilmen. I'd like to see the mayor be able to fit himself in those committees that he requested without her overriding him. So also too, I had never met this person before, but yet he addressed me by my last name on the way coming into the building. And your new utility director, Brian Roche, has dodged me twice today. I had asked him earlier, saying, I need to talk to you. Well, he referred me to Pete Rosell. And then Pete Rosell is giving me incomplete data, and he's referring me back to you all. It's very inconsistent. The transparency of what's going on with our utilities is not okay. During the break, I offered to give him a card. He treated me like the plague, like, I don't do cards. I'm like, hey, I'm running for the council. I'd like to talk to you. Oh, I don't do politics. I'm like, wait a minute. He says he does water. So I said, that's what I want to talk to you about is the water. Well, he would not take my card. He just bolted out of here like a bat out of hell. And that's very unprofessional behavior. And we need transparency in our utilities department. If he's new, he's brand new. You guys just put him on board. And that's the kind of reflection that we're getting from our utility director here in Palm Coast. We need some transparency, and this guy needs to be up front, and we need actual reports, not this fabricated crap that I got from Pete Rosell. The way he treated me today is very unprofessional and very disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Tony's got nothing. I'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups, city manager?
We'll make sure that Ms. Duarte has the appropriate information according to public records laws, and I will have a conversation and figure out more details regarding our utility department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything from the council as far as public comments? Okay, we're moving on to discussion of matters not on the agenda for the city council. Anybody got anything for the group? Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
No, I did want to follow up. So I looked at the calendar that's in our binder for December the 9th. There was one item. Jackie mentioned some other things for the 9th. But, you know, if we're just going to have one item, do we need a meet? Do we pull that forward?
It was actually on my list to cancel since we only have the one item. We'll move it to the business meeting.
Okay, great. So we're not going to have the workshop on the 9th.
If that's okay with council. There'll be no workshops in December.
Yay, holidays.
No council meeting next week, but well, given that, I wanted just to say, you know, wish everybody happy Thanksgiving. We all have our differences, right? But we're still all Americans first, and we've got a lot to be thankful for, even though, you know, we're always trying to find the best path in this beautiful thing that we call America and our democracy. And for those of you that will be making the trek to Gainesville on the 29th, go Gators.
Go Gators.
We'll see you there, Mr. Mayor.
I
Yes, sir, Mr.
won't be making that trip to see the Gators, but I will be on the 29th here for the lighting of our Christmas tree.
Yes, sir. You got anything, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I was just going to add one. See those lights going up out around Central Park here. So holiday season is coming. The other thing I was going to mention is at the TPO tomorrow, the 5-year work plan is going to be presented from FDOT. So I'll have more information going forward about what they've included in their plan. I will say, and we mentioned, yes. Well, I will mention that we talked about the links in the surveys and trying to get those out, and I made an effort, and I know some of the council as well made an effort to share the work plan. It was called a workshop, but it was basically an online survey. And when I walked into TPO the next meeting after that, they immediately said, "Hey, a lot of people responded in Palm Coast, and we understand that 100 is top of mind." So I think some of that had an effect, and so hopefully that manifests in the work plan that we see tomorrow. If not, we've got it, I think, now third on the list of priority projects. It's just unfunded, so it's now kind of at the top of the list. Now we got to find money for it. So hopefully we can get that done sometime in the near future. With FDOT money, the near future isn't 2 years from now, it's 7 years or 11 years from now. But, we'll do everything we can to try to push it forward.
Sir, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody, all of our residents, all my colleagues. Hope everybody has a safe and happy Thanksgiving. Really looking forward to Feet to Feast and also the tree lighting. So I'll see you there, Councilman Sullivan. I know we have 2 people at least going to or is it in Gainesville or in Tallahassee this year? It's in Gainesville, okay.
It's in Gainesville.
Oh, we got more than 2.
$250
Are
a
you gonna be
ticket.
there too, Charlie? Okay.
I got tickets.
I think half this room will be there.
I'll be continuing to watch my Knights have a losing record, but that's okay. We're rebuilding, right? That's what they say.
It's basketball season.
I also want to thank council for appointing me as your vice mayor. I am very honored to sit as vice mayor for one more year. I greatly appreciate the confidence that you've voted in me and look to continue to represent the city very well. I know it's been a long day, but I do need to ask for consensus from council on something I think is very important. So I would like to get consensus to amend Chapter 49 of our utility ordinance to protect our utilities from being purchased by a private entity or being privatized. We're seeing across the country utilities being purchased up by private entities. And this is a very concerning thing for me because it takes local control out of the hands of the residents of their own utilities, their own water. We know how valuable, particularly in this city, how valuable our assets, our water assets are. And we are seeing these types of assets being privatized around the country. And I think we need to protect that. When we specifically look at what's going on in Tallahassee as well, we're losing a lot of local control. We're losing a lot of home rule. We need to keep as much local autonomy as possible. If we lose control of our utilities, if a board that is not us comes in the future and decides they want to sell our utilities to a private entity, we have no control over the pricing of those utilities. We have no control over regulation of those utilities. They are regulated, but not to the extent that public utilities are. The amount of transparency that public utilities have to engage in is much stricter than that of private utilities. So I would ask this council to give direction to our legal counsel to amend our ordinance. So there's a couple ordinances. If you want to go look at specifically Alachua County, they have in their ordinance some parameters that need to take place before utilities can be sold to a private entity. I would look for supermajority approval. So it would take supermajority approval. And if you look at the current state parameters, which are pretty high level, they essentially say that you can sell your utility if there's a, quote, public benefit, which we know is very vague and ambiguous. How do you define what a public benefit is? I think a public benefit should be met through a non-binding referendum. So in other words, if anybody tried to come in here and buy our private utility or our public utility, they would have to not only get a supermajority vote from this council, but also this council would have to say that public benefit requirement is met through a non-binding referendum. So I just want us to put in place some protections for our residents and that we keep our most valuable asset in the hands of our local community. So I would ask for consensus and welcome any questions. I know this is probably a little out of left field.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
I agree with it conceptually. I just think I need to understand it a little bit better. Maybe a workshop item before we go straight to amending.
Yeah, if we can talk about it, I'm 100% for talking about it.
What I'm aware of is a lot of because of the AI electrical needs, there's a lot of that going on with the electrical companies. The AI systems come in and buy out the power companies. I hadn't heard a lot about new water stuff. But
Yeah, it's happening on the water side as well.
Is it private, is it equity firms that are purchasing, like BlackRock and, yes, okay, yeah.
People like that involved.
Good idea.
So
Huge concern.
if we can, city manager, get that on a workshop.
Yes,
you do
it
the
won't be in a workshop in December.
We have the 9th, right?
Yeah, no workshop in December.
Back on.
You do the research as needed, Mr. Duffy. Anything else, Vice Mayor? Was that it?
That'll be it.
Okay, I just want the residents to know that we have the holiday parade coming up for Town Center. What date is that? That's the 6th?
December 6th.
December 6th, and then we have the boat parade coming up on the 13th. I know some people from the yacht club are showing themselves about the boat parade. But everybody, the Commodore was in that meeting, and they said they didn't want to do it, and we picked it up. So you can't complain about something that you wanted to give up, unless it was just a bluff for the city not to charge them any money to do the parade. But there's certain things we have to do in special events. We have to provide porta potties. We have to provide security. We have to provide traffic control. There's a lot of elements that go in there, and if we have to assume the cost, we'll do it. But don't complain about something that you were willing to give up freely on your own, unless you just thought someone is a bluff and you thought they wouldn't take your bluff. So, but please, everyone, we've got 30 votes right now. We got 30 votes in right now that have registered.
Is your boat in it, Mr. Mayor?
My boat's a piece of garbage. I'm on a boat, though. I'm getting me a new boat eventually.
I'll wave it if you come by my house.
But the captain's meeting will be the prior Tuesday to that. Mr. Kunis is taking a leading role in this to put it on. And we got 30 boats now. I think we only had 40 last year. So I want to make it a big event, like the biggest boat parade in the state as far as I'm concerned. It's a tradition. We've been doing this. My family's been doing this since we've been here. When we went down under St. Joe's, on St. Joe's, and sat there with our lawn chairs, and there were like 3 boats that came out. We're like, okay. But that's how much our city has grown. I also remember when State Road 100 was a 2-lane road. So imagine how bad it was back then. So, but if you have a boat, please get involved and support your community, and let's have a great holiday season. Anybody have anything else? City manager?
Yes, as included in your packet is the emergency and sole source purchases, if you had any questions.
Anybody have any questions as far as sole source purchase? I went out of line, out of turn. Mr. Attorney, you have anything?
Just wish you guys a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, thank you, sir. And we beat Mr. Duffy's estimate of 3 o'clock.
Motion to adjourn.
I said 2.
What's that?